Well, good morning, everybody. It's finally time for the second day of the tournament number 3 here on the FSL Season 5. And of course, just like yesterday, we have, of course, lovely virtual farmer with us as well. How are you, Alex?
I'm doing good this morning, thank you, Matty. Yeah, it is. It is day 2 of the third tournament for FSL Season 5, and I'm really looking forward to it. Some fantastic matches coming up today, and some amazing teams. Who are you looking forward to most?
Well, I mean, after seeing the bracket from yesterday, how the teams actually have played, and of course, Helm has been so far victorious very much. They have won every single game. And just a funny fact about Helm, they have won 95% of all the matches. So when you're going to be facing off with Helm, you know that those guys have a pretty, I'm not going to say spotless record, but definitely a very good record on winning the matches they have played. But that's going to be later. I know that everybody's going to be wondering what will be the first match of today, and I'm not gonna hold that anymore. It's gonna be the French face-off. It's gonna be Just Attractive versus New Holland. That will be the first game that we're gonna show on the stream. It is from the lower bracket, and of course, the team who's gonna lose it, they're gonna be eliminated, and the other one's gonna be proceeding all the way to the next stages of the lower bracket. So that's gonna be the first game, and we have seen these teams to play on the past as well. Not on this tournament, but on the previous one, and that was the time when New Holland was actually eliminated by their French buddies last time. So we'll see what's going to be the thing this time.
In fact, I'd say we have actually seen them this weekend because, we haven't seen them on the stream this weekend, but first round match yesterday was Just Attractor versus New Holland. And Just Attractor came out on top, forcing New Holland to start fighting their way up through that losers bracket. And of course, then Just Attractor sent into the losers bracket themselves by Vultra for one of our matches that we streamed yesterday. So this is going to be a rework of their or a replay of their first round, their round one of this weekend, and we'll get to see whether New Holland learned any lessons from that initial face-off and whether they can overcome Just Attractor this time, or whether they'll be staying down in that losers bracket, having been eliminated.
Mm. Yeah, we spoke about New Holland quite a bit yesterday. I mean, the previous tournaments, the first and the second one, which we saw earlier, of course, on this channel, weeks and months earlier on this channel. New Holland, we said that they haven't been doing so well, but I think we, like said yesterday, they have shown on this lower bracket matches that they have what it takes. It was looking pretty good actually already yesterday, so I'm interested to see how this is going to go. But of course, Just Attractive was showing pretty good as well. There we have the circuit points. So Helm on the lead, Linder on the second place, New Holland on the third place. Power Team Esports, Vulture, Farming Friends, Mind Sanity, Astragon, Just Attractive. And Just Attractive and Farming Friends are the teams which we didn't see last season on the league at all. So I'm really happy that we are seeing those teams on the top 8 as well. Of course, we'll see a new chart after this tournament. But New Holland, I think it's definitely time for them to shine. But of course, I mean, Just Attractive, they want to show that they are, top French team. But in the end, on the previous tournament, they actually both got eliminated and they didn't make it on the final stages of the tournament. And it was the Power Team Esports, the only French team who actually made it through all the way to the later stages. But what do you think? I mean, Just Attractive played well yesterday. New Holland played well after the first game. So kind of like this is, like you said, a rematch. But, there's a whole lot more into the play because, somebody will be eliminated.
And I believe it's actually Power Team Esports is going to be our second matchup today. I think they're going to be facing either the Farming Friends or Lintner. So yeah, we're going to have this French team grudge match, whichever way it goes. As long as Power Team Esports win their game today, we could see that kind of matchup and that kind of elimination between the French teams again today, because they're going to be facing, if they beat their opponents, they're going to be facing either New Holland or Just Attractor to continue their own journey through the loser bracket.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, interesting. Of course, I mean, yeah, we have the Just Attractive versus New Holland. It's going to be starting pretty soon. Meanwhile, as we are here, and as Alex mentioned, Power Team Esports, they are waiting for their opponent. So the Farming Friends versus Lindner game was still going on when we started the broadcast, and now we are waiting still for the opponent for that game. So probably after this one, we're going to see who will be playing against Power Team Esports, and that will be then, of course, coming later on the broadcast, and then we'll see who's going to be, of course, facing the winner of this one, and so on. And yesterday, also on the upper bracket, we did speak about the possible scenarios. Who's going to be facing Voltra? We saw Voltra on the last game of yesterday. We didn't yet know who was the opponent, but we had a pretty educated guess on that matter. And we said that it's probably Helm, and it is Helm. So on the upper bracket, they're kind of like the round 5 match is going to be versus Helm and Voltra, and the winner of that one's going to be proceeding all the way to the finals. And of course, the loser's going to come here back on the lower bracket. But there we go. Just Attractive versus New Holland. The Friends face off.
So we'll see if there are any changes in either of these teams' approaches today. We're going to see New Holland banning first, and what are they going to be taking out of use? And yeah, the Class Axion seems to be a favourite of theirs to ban, while Just Attractor are taking out the telehandlers by the looks of things. If they don't take the Manitou out as well, that will open a hole for New Holland to go for. But yes, there goes the Manitou. And then finally, we're just going to see what the second Just Attractor ban. And that is going to be... there we go. The John Deere 8R410 has been banned by Just Attractor. So not a huge surprise, not a load of surprises there for those. Again, yeah, no real surprises here for the choice of things, although Big Hall versus Bottleneck.
I kind of like the fact that the teams are playing by banning the telehandlers. I mean, even though, yeah, we know that New Holland can play the telehandlers. But the, I mean, if I'm honest, I think all the teams are kind of like seeing the situation that, if they go to the grand final all the way from the lower bracket, they're going to face Helm. I mean, that needs to be the assumption for the teams. And then in a way, now banning the telehandlers, even when it's not really required, or maybe it's not needed, who knows? I think it's a good practice to do, because you probably want to do that versus Helm in the end. So that's the thing. But anyways, there we can see the picks and the bans. So we have a Big Hall versus the Bottleneck. So those are the perks, and we can see the otherwise pretty usual bans and picks and the perks for the players. So this is pretty standard stuff what we can currently see. And now we're just waiting for the players to get on the server. We're gonna be starting the run for the first bale of the whole day. So it's just not just a normal first bale. It's actually the first bale that's gonna be delivered the whole day. And I can imagine that in normal circumstances on the haying season, that when you get the first bale on the barn in real life farming, you gotta be happy about it, because you have done so much work before that. Anyways, there we go. The rush for the pads is it's happening because Tita getting what he was wanting to have. Janko's gonna get the combine as well, and they will just start working on the field, and we should be pretty soon seeing how the first bale is gonna come out. And there we go. So let's see, Tita and L Rhodes looking pretty good. We can see from the shape of the field that we pretty much know that they're pretty close to the bridges already. And yeah, there's gonna be the road. We don't see the clock now. We can see it. So it's gonna be 9 minutes and 10 seconds. It's gonna be a 1:46 maybe, or even 6 I would say. 1:47. Yeah, that's by the way the best first bale during the whole weekend. What we have seen. Yes, we have seen on the previous tournaments that Helm can do even better. And also some other players we have seen to get like a close to 150. And we can see Haybacks, that's 131. So that's going to be a 16 points of a difference. So definitely a great start for New Holland. And I think that they do have quite much stuck between the teeth. I mean, New Holland, because they lost the first round match versus Just Attracted. They were eliminated from the last tournament by Just Attracted. So New Holland, they definitely want to have an explosive start for this first match of the series. Okay. And yeah, we can see the drops there as well. So the 8.5 minute drops, you know, there was nothing that special. We didn't see anything that disruptive, nothing that teams would like to think at this point of the game. And we didn't see any drops which are like affecting the second round of the drops. So there was no silo close, no grain multiplier, no bale multiplier. So the teams can just be happy and continue to do the work and the strategy which they've chosen. But they know that, you know, there could be some disruptive drops available on the second batch of the drops. The grain game is ongoing, as we can see. The big haul, L Roads is just, you know, has taken the Optimus Prime, more or less. And we have seen this kind of a strategy to play on the past as well. That, you know, you get the big haul full, but Just Attracted, they could combine trailers and the combines and get about 70k. So that's one way of doing it. What we haven't seen, or maybe we have, but I just don't remember. What we really haven't seen that often is that when you have a big haul, that they would actually collect more than the big haul is capable of. So usually teams are settling down with a 60k, which the big haul is like capable of having loaded, and then kind of like they trust on the speed of the delivery because the grain comes down so fast. So and then usually the opposing strategy. So this time on the Just Attractive side is to have maybe more grain. So we'll see how this is gonna go. We can see Haypack's coming here, just putting the vehicles and the utilities in place to be ready for the grain drop when the time comes. And meanwhile, New Holland is collecting. They have parked the big haul a little bit closer than usually. Usually, you know, teams, they tend to put it there a little bit closer to the silos, and then they will come there and change the vehicles as well. But yeah, now they have parked a little bit more on the middle position, to be honest. And Justicon still collecting it, and as we can see, 57 for Just Attractive and about the same for New Holland. And the question is, will the New Holland's grain, you know, stop in about 60, or will they actually try to exceed the amount of grain that can fit on the big haul?
And it's really interesting seeing at the moment how the teams are approaching this differently. We had, as you were saying, normally we get teams just sitting there with the big haul and just filling that up and only going with that amount of grain. We saw yesterday New Holland countered that by making sure they had far more grain going in with their overloader than their opponents had with the big haul truck going in. So are New Holland going to go for the counter for that, make sure that they have more grain going in than they need? Or are they going to just rely purely on everything in that big haul?
And there was a great
now
multiplier.
bringing load of bales, and Tita is going to go and score some more points. Oh, there was
a great
and
multiplier.
Nobody picked it up. Oh no!
I mean,
yeah, that's
you gotta pick that up.
That's why
in this kind of
Tita is
situation.
dropping bales.
There we go. So yeah, I mean, the amount of grain collected was pretty much what I expected. So Just Attracted go with 70k, New Holland goes with 60k, and the belt has been stopped for New Holland. They can definitely restart it. We have 3.0 multiplier for Just Attracted. A couple of bales from New Holland, they went in and they did collect. They got one bale, I think, with the 20 points, and the other one with was like 16 or 17 points. Anyways, they scored a total of 34 points from those bales, if I'm not completely mistaken. So yeah, maybe I didn't get the full 20 points from the first bale, but that's a small thing in this whole situation. The teams are now waiting, organizing it. We can see Justicon just loading it to the trailer, gonna start pouring it down into the silo pretty soon, and Signy is just waiting here. I might be...
Yeah. New Holland are waiting for the grain multiplier to run out. Just tractor. That's what they're running down, just tractor's grain multiplier. So that they can dump 60,000 litres of grain with their full multiplier, and just a tractor cannot counter that. This is cracking play from New Holland. Really, really good from them. We're going to see it run out. So here goes the grain multiplier just to tractor. The moment that runs out, you're going to see New Holland dump all their grain. Absolutely fantastic work. And there is nothing just to tractor can do about this. New Holland's entire set of grain going at full whack. And there's just not enough grain on this field now for just to tractor to counter this.
Yeah, then the bales are going in for New Holland at the same time as well. I mean, they had 60k and they had 1.5 multiplier, so that's like 90k. And just the tractor, they dropped about 20k with 1.7 multiplier, but they left about 50k, and now they have unloaded a little bit, so they don't have enough grain. You're completely right on that, Alex. We have bottom boost also coming for New Holland, and they still have the huge multiplier. If they now have the bales, and they do have the bales available, at least a couple of them, so they have now taken the lead with 308 points, so they have the double amount of points compared to just the tractor. So the French face-off is really delivering. I think New Holland, they seem to be, they want to get that revenge. They definitely want to get that one, and I think they're in a good way of getting it as well. So let's just wait and see. We can see Tita going from the safer route. Gonna cross that bridge, not gonna be much of a problem. 2.1 seems to be the final multiplier. So in a way, just the tractor, they managed to come pretty close to it. But the amount of points which New Holland was actually scoring, the bottom boost gonna do the job. That's gonna be another 63 points for them as well. And they are 371. They are far, far away from just the tractor. 2 points of difference. And the game continues.
Only one bale difference in them, just to try to have so much work to do to sort this. It's Sickness only squeaking through the bridge there, losing bales as he does, but he has got a load more bales back here for Holland. New Holland, yeah, massive advantage in that multiplier. Massive advantage in points, and they have just as many bales as just tractor does. They are 1 or 2 bales behind at most, and there goes a bale off the side for New Holland. Not a massive worry for, but you need to keep scoring those points. Tractor are going to close that gap.
Yeah, but the point difference is just way too big, and of course the multiplier working for New Holland as well. So I just don't see how. I mean, the situation is not that far off. It's less than 100 points, but still, when you count the bales, you count the time available. So getting back from this whole situation is, I think there's going to be from 100 to 50 points of difference when the game is going to end, and that's going to be for New Holland. They are doing a good job with the belt as well, because it's Tita, and there's a second player operating the belt at the same time as well. That's going to be Signy, so they are kind of having 2 balers, well, not the balers, but the stackers in operations. And when you look at the whole situation, just to track this belt, it's not that crowded, to be honest. They don't have the bales, they don't have the operators. One bale is going to drop from New Holland's side, because the Yanka showing off the skills with the 2 bales on the fork, and those are going to go in. That's going to be another 38 points for them, and New Holland will be getting the victory from this one. The gap will be about 100 points in the end.
That is an impressive victory for New Holland. Really well done. Great disruption. More bales delivered. Look at not a massive amount of difference of grain delivered with multipliers though. I'm actually surprised by the difference there. Yeah, and 3 undelivered bales for New Holland. They still had points sitting there. But yeah, really, really liked how well they played that, and holding that grain delivery until the point their opponents ran out of multiplier is the kind of gameplay I live for in the FSL.
Yeah, I was for a moment I was a bit afraid about what's going to happen with New Holland, because I think that they'll not really lost the time, but we saw Signy sitting there for a long time, actually waiting for the right timing to drop the grain. And then I was a bit worried that have they kind of like, are they losing the time from the other tasks at the field? But yeah, they already had the bales pressed, so I think it was fine. And we saw the result, so it was definitely the right call. And of course, Alex, the mastermind, immediately noticed, you have that strategy, not going to fool me. Well, maybe the mastermind is having a break, but there he is, smiling again. So no more staring contest for the moment.
Yeah, it's one of those things. No, as wonderful as usual. My internet is being wonderful in keeping sync with everything. Yeah, the commentary's not out of sync. I am. That's the problem. But I'm not lagging too commentary with it. But yeah, Copter is handsomely picking up those moments when I'm a little bit behind and dropping out a bit. So thank you for that, Copter.
Not a problem. It's my pleasure. But yeah, we heard the rumors that the connectivity is going to get better at some point. So this was the topic for yesterday as well. The funny fact is that every time we do this broadcast, so we meet with Alex like 1 hour before the broadcast, and everything is like top notch. Everything is working just like it should. And then when we start doing the broadcast, and there's like sometimes a little bit. So, but yeah, so we are of course trying to do everything we can to improve the broadcast all the time.
Yeah, it's like my internet knows. We go live and it knows that's the optimum point to start causing me problems. So I'm just trying to roll with as possible today, and it's not quite as bad as it was yesterday, where I couldn't understand anything that Copter was saying because it was just breaking up all the time. And interestingly, it seems to be handling things better during this point where we're talking to each other than during the match, unfortunately. So yeah, if I'm lagging a little bit in match, apologies, guys. I am trying to work my way through it, and hopefully things will clear up as the day progresses.
Well, we'll get through it for sure, no problem. And of course, the first match of the series is done, so it's best of three. All the matches are best of threes, and we do have a small perk for the grand final actually today. So we have this new format for the online tournament as well. We're going to start the second match of the series, but we do have, of course, the grand final in the end. That's going to be best of threes, but the winner of this lower bracket. So if they will win the grand final, they actually have to win it twice. So the advantage from being on the upper bracket is that you just need to win it once. But if the lower bracket player team actually needs to win it twice, and so just to let you know that we might have kind of like a 2-series grand final, just as a small bit of information at this point. Anyways, we're going to be proceeding all the way to the second game of the series. We can see again just the track there likes to ban the telehandlers, so New Holland is done. We can expect that the last ban is going to be the Manitou one, and New Holland will just go with the John Deere and Massey Ferguson. I think these are exactly the same, which they also banned on the last one.
Yeah, it looks like we are losing all the telehandlers once again, and two of the most popular stackers. So yeah, definitely going for maximum that they can here. No change in the Baylor or the combined choice, but Unstoppable and Big Hall. So definitely going for the Big Hall counter here. Unstoppable. They could cause a lot of problems for just to track out.
So yeah, I mean, Unstoppable versus Big Hall. This is, I think we spoke about this yesterday. This is like the default strategy. That that your belt cannot be stopped with the Big Hall. You can stop the belt quite oftenly. I don't know if maybe just the track. This is just maybe, but I'm just wondering that did just the track they actually make a mistake when they went with the other perk instead. So they went with the bottleneck instant versus the Big Hall. So I'm just wondering, was that a small mistake? Would that have changed things if they would have gone with the Unstoppable? But in the end, I mean, their belt was not really stopped at any point. I mean, they stopped the belt for New Holland for a while, but they didn't lose their belt at any point. So maybe it would have not made the difference, to be honest. But But okay, we'll talk about that later. We'll see how this is gonna go. But New Holland, I think they're looking good, so they're definitely on form. I don't know what happened since the first round yesterday, but they have been looking pretty good on all the matches we have seen. And this is, by the way, the third time we see them on the broadcast already. We saw them twice yesterday. They were looking pretty good, and now they're looking pretty good as well. So something has, like, somebody had the aha moment on their head, and the light bulb just came on top of him at the same time as well. But the battle for the first bale has started. So there we go, 9.5. L Rhodes exactly at the same place. It's actually looking very good for New Holland once again. They made 147 on the last one, and this is not going to be that far off from that. So it could be pretty much the same. Let's see, the toss is going to come. Yeah, 147, 148. So that is definitely close, just 1 point away from the previous one, and that's going to be 1 point better. That's the main thing. And we can see Haypax, he did a nice swing. He has been swinging all the time, because sometimes we see that people are reversing it in. I think he hasn't missed a single swing so far. 133, so that's a 15 points of a difference. So yeah, it's not like a full bail, as Alex likes to say, but if you have 1.5 multiplier, then it's a one full bail.
And that 148 is a really good start for New Holland. They've got to be happy with that as the first bail. And just to track to, not too far behind. A 133 is not bad. We've got silo closed and direct delivery. I don't know if either of those would be useful. I doubt New Holland will go for a direct delivery. They're up against it with the big calls. Multiplier, so they are going to want to try and maximize how much they have. They know, though, that big haul is going to be a detriment to Just a Tractor. Just to not take their multiplier than a 0.5, and a Tractor have actually gone for direct delivery. So it looks like they may not use their big haul at all at the moment. They are filling it up, but I think they know that they're going to have to be very careful how much grain they put into their silo, or stop their belt and cause themselves a lot of problems.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I mean, we saw the silo close, so we know that it's not going to be available later, but the grain multiplier is still on the play. And I think that every time when you have a big haul, you can never more or less like drop the grain before the before you see if the grain multiplier is going to be available, because if you, for example, if New Holland would be now dropping the grain, and then there's going to be a grain multiplier, and Just a Tractor has that big haul with the multiplier, that's pretty devastating. They can't really recover from that anymore at that point. What I would love to see at some point is that there would be the first drop with silo cost and grain multiplier, so there would be a confirmation that you can't use those anymore later on. Then I think the grain game would be like a whole lot more versatile, even before the 5.5 minute drops. But that's not the case here. We still have 1 minute for those, where you can see 1.7 multiplier for New Holland. Just a Tractor actually did deliver a bit of grain from the so they have 2.3 for the moment. So they did a little bit different, and I like this actually, what I'm seeing. I just said that people don't usually deliver grain before the multipliers, especially with the big haul is the play, but they are on the big haul side, so it doesn't really apply to them. So they delivered some, and now they're gonna fill up the big haul completely, and then they still have 60k. So this is the gameplay which I was talking on the last game, that the teams who have the big haul, they usually settle down with 60, and that is what the opposing team is expecting as well. But this time they will actually collect more, and they're gonna have more than 60k, even though when they have the big haul.
Yeah, it's gonna be a massive amount that they have in there, filling up that big haul trailer. Well, this is the trouble, is that big haul trailer, they don't need to fill it. Yes, they need to have enough grain to counter New Holland, but having too much grain is actually a detriment to Just a Tractor. And you can see here, even sitting there with this 2.3 multiplier, New Holland now have a massive amount of grain sitting there extra. They have nearly 20,000 litres extra. And in fact, they're going now for delivery. They're going to send it the other way. Just a Tractor are delivering grain to try and keep things a bit even. But yeah, New Holland just have a commanding amount of grain now that they can use against Just a Tractor and destroy that destroy the fact that they have Big Haul.
I don't know. I don't think it's enough, actually. I mean, Just a Tractor, yes, they have the speed when they're unloading the grain, but still, in the end, I mean, New Holland, they still have 32k. So if all this grain is going to be delivered, New Holland's going to have like a 2.2 multiplier or something like that. Actually, in the end, nobody actually delivered any bales yet. So there was a moment for New Holland, sorry, for Just a Tractor when they had the multiplier advantage. Same for New Holland at one point as well. And nobody has been delivering any bales, but there's a ton of bales available, 12 and 16. So there's going to be a one quite busy delivery battle in the end. That's what I'm expecting. But I want to see when the multiplier is actually going to start shifting towards the New Holland side. But in my eyes, I think that New Holland, they have already won this. They want to deliver the bales closer. They want them to be ready on the belt, and then they want to, now they will start pouring it down. So they, they don't do it like too early, because otherwise, the opposing team might be doing something about it. But yeah, they should end up with 2.1, 2.2 maybe. That's what I'm expecting. The 2.2, 2.2 is the one where they will end up. And once again, they will have the advantage, and now they have more bales, and now they just have to start delivering. So the grain game is over,
and
now the battle of the stackers is going to start.
It definitely feels like New Holland have been in command game from very early on. When they picked the unstoppable versus the Big Haul, really feels like they've been in command of this. And the grain game is showing it. They've been very careful to make sure they're commanding amount more grain Just a Tractor has, and they are just working with this advantage. Just a Tractor, was that Just a Tractor? Yeah, Just a Tractor picked up bale, but that has dropped a bale off of New Holland. I don't think that makes a massive difference. New Holland had a good 5 or 6 bale advantage going into the final stage of this. So losing one bale is not going to have a massive effect on them. The one advantage Just a Tractor has at the moment, though, is they do have a points advantage. Whoa. Oh, and that's a fantastic jump from just one con. Absolutely awesome jump off that bridge there. There's 50 points in it. No, 30 points in it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that Just a Tractor actually has been able to close the gap a little bit. There was more. I mean, the gap was in a way bigger on the paper a couple of minutes ago. So I think they have been able to press some bales more at the end game. That one is going to drop off for sure, and that's going to fall down. So those two will go inside. 14 bales from New Holland. They have taken the lead. So yeah, they should be claiming this one. But there's still like 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So you haven't yet seen the whole game, how that's going to go. Mistakes we haven't yet seen. Nothing huge. We have seen some great jumps though yesterday and today as well now. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be closer than I was expecting. So we'll see how this is going to go in the end. Now they're pretty much tied, about 20, let's say 1+ bale of a difference on points, and they are pretty much even on the bale counts currently as well. So we can see Just a Tractor, they were like a 5-6 bales short compared to New Holland at one point, and now they are just, okay, of course, pending from the moment, they are just a couple bales away anymore, but they have been catching up. The last minute is going to start. Just a Tractor has taken the lead. New Holland is about, 17 points, no, 27 points behind actually. Tito's going to have that last minute rescue for that bale, but it's just good to remember that 22 points per each bale, so that is 4 points more than Just a Tractor is making. So they do have a fair chance, but suddenly Just a Tractor almost 500 points. So this is going to be a great game for them anyways. I think they can reach the 600 points still, even when they have the 1.8 multiplier.
It's now up to New Holland and Tita to bring the points back to them. They have gone back into the lead by 11 points, and it's so close. We are in the last 15 seconds, and these two teams yo-yoing between whoever's in the lead. There is 1 point in it with 9 seconds to go. Again, it fails. And New Holland have got the score in. They've got it up to 648, 605 for Just a Tractor. It's not enough. Holland take the game. And wow, what an end. 1 point in it, seconds to go. And New Holland just getting those last few bales in there. They scored 70 points in the last 10 seconds. That's an insane amount. Finish off with.
Yeah, wow. Well done by New Holland. And look at the delivered bales. I mean, New Holland, who won it, they actually delivered 1 bale less, and they delivered more bales on the bottom floor as well. So that's how the multiplier works. You know, when you get like 4 points per bale more, then you can do this kind of a thing. And pretty impressive, to be honest. Like to have like almost 700-point game from the New Holland. They're definitely. Like I said, continuing to have those great performances. Just the Tractor unfortunately eliminated, but they still made like more than 600 points. So that's just what happens when you get on the later stages of the tournament, that, you know, the performance, which on the opening rounds, you know, it might not be enough. You know, the expectations are higher, and the enemies and the opponents are, of course, also, let's say, well, tighter. But of course, these teams, they played on the first round as well, so it's not the same. But yeah, definitely, I would say well done from New Holland, and maybe a bit of an upset for Just Attractive, but I think they can still be pretty happy with the 600+ points.
Yeah, they are. Welcome back, everybody. This is the second day of the the third tournament of FSL Season 5. Uh, we are one game in. We've just seen New Holland beat Just a Tractor in a their first round match. Happened yesterday. What did that cost that match? I'm not sure we're getting any sound from Copter at the moment, so here we go with a replay. Yanka getting the John Deere that he'd in both of these games. Then we had a commanding lead from New Holland this first game. Second game, Yanka going for that class, but not getting it. Tita just beating him to it. And then that's the thing. That's what gave. That's one of the things that gave New Holland such a commanding lead in the amount of grain that he got. Just God making a fantastic job there, bringing tons of bales. I am surprised that second game was as close as it was for the two teams, because that was crazy. New Holland had such a commanding lead over the second game the whole way through, and then with 9 seconds to go, the teams were just about tied. For New Holland then to pull out over 70 points in that last 9 seconds was incredible.
Okay, so let's test this out. Maybe you guys hear me now. So instead of having the solo, at least maybe you saw the expressions on the face. Maybe you can read from the lips.
Me in slow mo and you silent. It was brilliant.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll try to do my share. Anyways, what I was gonna say. Okay, Alex went through the replays, and what I was trying to explain on the last segment was the fact that I was talking about the next game. So we have the Farming Friends and Lindner. They played while we were watching the previous game, and Lindner came on top of that one, which means that the next game is going to be Power Team Esports versus Lindner. And unfortunately, Farming Friends are eliminated from the tournament. Of course, also New Holland got their revenge from Just a Tractor, as we saw. So now Just a Tractor is out of the tournament as well. So we have Power Team Esports versus Lindner, and that's going to be kind of like the second semi-final. The loser's going to drop from the tournament, and the winner is going to face New Holland on the later stages of the lower bracket. So that is the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's Power Team Esports are a very good team, and it'll seem like Lindner are also a very good team. I don't know which way this could go. This will be a very close match, I think. We'll see how it pans out.
I really love the silence by Copture. meme on the chat. Yeah, it was definitely my mistake. I came from the break and I forgot to press the unmute button. So usually for the break, I just mute my microphone and well, my mistake. So sorry, guys. I'm really sorry about it. But at least we well, I have a new name once again. But anyways, yeah, definitely waiting for the next game. And like I said, the winner's going to face the New Holland. And I think it's a pretty scary situation. There is no easy wins here, to be honest, for anybody. And I mean, Power Team Esports, they did manage to be the last French team on the last tournament. They did win. Well, they did get better results from New Holland. They got a better result than the Just Attracty as well. And actually, Power Team Esports, I think they eliminated Just Attracty in the last tournament. So yeah, kind of like the French teams like eliminating each other's. So it will be interesting, definitely to see. Lindner, we saw them yesterday in a one game. On the previous tournament, they had a great tournament actually. The guys are enjoying from the gameplay. So and a Power Team Esports on the other hand as well. I mean, they have been pretty. I would say that they have had a better performance than last season. So in my books, they're one of those rising teams, just like Lindner, and very excited to see how this is gonna go. But there we can see the Power Team Esports and Lindner. And very, very familiar faces. Of course, I'm missing the kind of like the on-site events, to be honest, because then you can see the guys on the cameras, you can see the reactions, you can see the joy coming from their faces. But I'll take those pictures as well. Those are fine. And we are entering the ban phase. So yeah, we can see Manito being banned by Lindner. And of course, we can expect the other telehandlers going to be banned as well. We can see Fast Track being picked by Power Team Esports, well, banned by Power Team Esports, but picked as a ban. Maybe that's the proper way of saying it. We can see the Lindner Lindtrack, so maybe that's a bit of like a stab to the opposing team here, because well, Lindner is Lindner. And yeah, the other telehandler, New Holland, will be banned as well. Then we go for the captain's big face, big haul for Lindner. And big haul for Power Team Esports as well. So we do have the battle of the big hauls up and coming. We did see the herbicide strategy coming for Lindner on the last tournament, and we haven't yet seen it. So I'm just wondering if that's going to be still valid at some point of the tournament. But so far, we haven't yet seen it. John Deere. We can expect pretty usual ones. So we can see Archimedes, Runner under pressure, and then John Deere's on the both sides as well. And based on what I heard from the production, Alex is really, really hardly trying to fix his internet. And I fixed my mute button already, so that's fine. So you might be hearing me a little bit more, but we are definitely waiting for Alex to kick back as soon as everything is like sorted out on some level. And that will hopefully make the coordination a little bit better, so you don't get those awkward silent moments, because the delay and the voice cracking is sometimes a little bit hard for us, the commentators, to like catch, where to pick up the other person's phrase and where to continue, because we try to pass the ball as much as we can. Anyways, there we go. We have the picks, we have the bans, we have big haul versus big haul. And the Power Team Esports and Lindner, those are teams, if you just didn't realize that. So now we'll just wait and see. The battle for the pads is going to start. And, there we can see Apollo actually crashing on the gate, and that's going to block also Zerzerus. So Lindner didn't have the greatest start, and they're going to be definitely losing the battles on the pads. We can see El Papito going for the combine. That is the ideal one. Apollo's going to be a little bit late, so we'll see how much this is going to be affecting to the delivery of the first bale. Apollo will go for that baler. We can see the big holes being parked, and about 30 seconds to 140 point first bale, and El Papito leading the Power Team Esports side, and Obelix just getting that first bale. I think it's pretty much done, and he should be just getting, disengaging behind El Papito, and there we go. We can see that it's happening. It's pretty close to Richie, so it could be around 140, and as we can see, Apollo is quite far away. So yeah, let's see if that's going to be a swing. That'd be like a 143 maybe. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, 143. So definitely a great start for Power Team Esports. And if I'm not completely mistaken, we didn't see much of the swings coming from the Power Team Esports on the previous tournament. They were still like reversing it in. most of the time. So now they are back on the swing, and that is some great news for them. And we can see Apollo being a little bit late, and that's going to be definitely a quite big gap after the first bail. So, you know, that small one crash on the side of the gate. Oh, Apollo having troubles also with the safer route. He hasn't delivered the first bail even when the drops are spawning, and we have bail drop and speed limit. We should be getting the points for Lindner pretty soon. 100 maybe. Maybe it's like even less. No, it's 102. So yeah, that's like a 2 bail of the difference. And not the greatest start for Lindner, to be honest, and all because of that one very small mistake at the start. Apollo crashed on the side of the gate, and then Cercerus was right behind him, and both of the vehicles were stuck for 5 to 10 seconds. Maybe that's, maybe not that much. But anyways, that's why they lost the battles, didn't get the combines, didn't get the bailers they wanted, and lost the opportunity to get a good first bail. So that's how it started. But yeah, so now it's back in the fields. We had the first drop spawning in, and I'm pretty sure that there was a speed limit which was picked by the was it like power team on the Lindner side. I think they picked that up. That was a little bit of a hassle going on at the time, as we saw that the first bail delivery was still ongoing. And let's see the big hole strategy. So yeah, both sides playing the big hole. We can see that Power Team Esports, they haven't really touched that at all yet. At the same time, we can see Lindner already loading it up. So Apollo has the duties as the driver of that big hole. We can see Obelix actually going here. This could be something similar which we saw in the previous game, that even when you have the big hole, you will go for a small grain delivery in a very early game, and then then you'll do whatever you want to do with the big hole later on. So you don't really wait for that big hall to come fully operational, or maybe they're just setting up maybe a dual delivery with the trailer and with the big hall at the same time. So that is something. And Lindner, they don't have the full load yet, so Apollo probably gonna move that a little bit forward, or is she gonna drive right to the silo? I think they still want to put some more grain in it. Yeah, and yeah, they're gonna park it here. He's gonna get that baler and has the other duties on the field. So yeah, I don't know. To me, this somehow feels that teams are a little bit late from the chosen strategy. I mean, we are coming less than 6 minutes. They have collected pretty much the same amount, yes. And I think that Power Teams, what they should be, coming up with more than 60k. Drops are coming in 15 seconds, so we'll see if there's going to be anything disruptive like silo close or grain multiplier. Bales, both sides actually have 3 bales pressed, and yeah, Power Team Esports collecting more than 60k. It seems that Lindner might be settling down for just exactly 60k, and that could be a mistake when you think about the multipliers, but the grain multipliers right here on the drops, and that's going to be 1.5. That's let's see which side this is. 1.5 at least for Power Team Esports, and for Lindner, I think it's going to be more. No, I think it's going to be exactly the same. So we'll just wait for it. But the key thing here is that when you have the big haul and when you collect more than 60k, like Power Team Esports has done, that has been the winning strategy, that they're just not settling down for the 60k. Lindner goes for the pick of the drop, so of course it's going to be grain multiplier for them. And we'll see how this is gonna go. But currently, I mean, the amount of fresh bales is exactly the same. But in a way, Power Team Esports, of course, they had a better first bale, but also they have more grain. And I think the strategy might be playing a slight advantage for them. Also, they can pour down the grain a little bit later. And the thing is that Lindner, they cannot really do anything about it when they realize, oh no, these guys actually have more than 60k, and that's not what we hope for, because Lindner, they will deliver exactly 60k. And that 4k, might do the difference with 1.5 multiplier. Maybe that's going to be like 2.1 for Power Team Esports. And that combined together with the first bale difference, that is definitely something. So yeah, now we're just waiting for it. We saw Lindner making the move. They didn't deliver everything. Now we can see Power Team Esports started to pour down, and we can notice that the trailers there as well. So it's not just a big haul. Lindner unloading it, and this is actually helping Power Team Esports because Lindner, they kind of lost some time. They delivered some. They have to wait for it. Then they have to deliver some more, and they lost some time. You know, the guy was waiting for that move from Power Team Esports. So kind of like they made the move. They kind of they set the pace in all the things currently happening on the game. And 3.5 and 2.2, so it's not even 2.1, it's 2.2, and that game is done. The grain game is done. Cercerus tries to get couple bales in, that's going to be 16 points. Not just couple, actually they have loaded bunch of them because they have 230 points, so they have taken the lead, but they are of course down with the multiplier, they're down with the bale counts at the same time as well. So this has been quite surprising situation. I wasn't expecting that Lindner will deliver bales at that time, but okay, you have to deliver at some point, and they were kind of like hoping that you will get the multiplier advantage, or at least tied multiplier bale points available on the super drop. So we have about 3 minutes to go, and meanwhile, as Lindner did deliver the bales, they have been pressing some more, and that is interesting. So they have kind of like catch up a little bit, so the late game production is running pretty well. And they are still leading by 50 points, so I think that Lindner now, with this middle game move, getting the bales done and delivering some, I think they do have a fighting chance here to actually try to even win this one. So Power Team Esports, they had a great start, but now Lindner is catching up definitely. So I would say that after the first half of the round, Lindner has been kind of like, you know, getting the hang of it. But yeah, we'll see. And they will start stacking, 2 minutes to go. And nicely, El Pepito doesn't do much of a mistake there. The bales are just, you know, flowing in. They have a decent belt speed, so that's not going to be a problem. Silas taking a little bit risky approach there, but that's going to be completely fine, no mistakes. Cercerus definitely needs some more bales to deliver, so I can see that most of the bales are probably out there on the fields. And but Lindner has been doing a pretty good job by getting them inside. El Papito, of course, as well. The difference is about 3 bales, the point difference is about 75 points, 74 points, if I'm completely exact with my math. And that's gonna go in, that's gonna be 364, so now it's just 8 points of a difference. And suddenly also Lindner, I mean, the bale counts are, you know, changing from time to time, of course, when they're delivering and pressing some more. So I think this is gonna be like a last minute battle. It's gonna be pretty close, and maybe Power Team Esports with that multiplier advantage now, maybe they do have a slightly better chance of winning this one in the end. So 1 minute to go, Lindner leading again, but the bale difference is now 5 and the point difference is 2. So this is gonna be hard. So we'll just have to wait for the final seconds to see, the last minute, to see how this actually goes. And but yeah, I think Power Team Esports, you know, slowly but steadily, almost going for the lead, and every bale is gonna bring them closer. Now they're actually on the lead by 4 points. The bales are coming in. Cercerus goes, one mistake could decide the whole game. If, for example, those bales are not gonna go on the belt, they have to shove them on the first floor. That really can make the difference. And there we can see Power Team Esports get another 44 points. They have a comfortable lead. Cercerus, oh, and that is the mistake that I said, that you can't really afford that, and that's gonna drop for sure, and that's gonna cost quite a bit. El Papito goes with the final bale all the way inside. They will have to shove that in. It's gonna be 10 points more, and that's gonna be another 18 points. And yeah, it's gonna be Power Team Esports definitely who's gonna win that one. It's gonna be 44 points of a difference, so that one drop bale from the belt didn't really make that difference, to be honest. But yeah, Lindner definitely, I think they had a pretty good comeback. So if we think about the gap which they had after the first bale and combine it to this, and with the multipliers and everything, so there's a gap, what did I say, 44 points, and I think that they had about the same gap after the first bale. So they kind of like recovered from the losing the multiplier, because they had more bales delivered, so 25 for Lindner and 22 for Power Team Esports. But the first bale and that small mistake at the start of a round, I think that caused the whole game for Lindner. If there would have been, let's say, if there would have been, hello, Frozen Alex. So the steering contest starts again. But it is what it is. So we know that Alex is probably just, you know, doing something with the wires and trying to fix that up. Maybe hooking like an extra antenna cable on the rooftop of his like a farming house out there in the northern UK. But what I was going to say was the fact that so that mistake at the start when they crashed on the side of a gate, I mean Lindner's side, that in a way costed them the first bail, and that's pretty much the difference on the points as well. So otherwise impressive match from Lindner to be able to come back from that, losing the multiplier. And of course, if there wouldn't have been that initial crash, I'm pretty sure that this would have been like pretty much even, and I would have been shouting all my voice on the final seconds when the guys are trying to get the final bails inside of the barn. But it didn't happen, so it's going to be, Power Team Esports taking the 1-0 lead on this best-of-3 series, and soon we should be having the next game, of course, the second match of the series, and then we'll see how this is going to go. So can Lindner still come to a 1-1 situation, or will just Power Team Esports advance all the way to the next stages of the lower bracket? And just as a reminder, that the loser will be taken down from this tournament, and the winner will be facing New Holland on the next round of the lower bracket. So that's the case, and that actually will be kind of like the final of the lower bracket. So we have after this one, I'm not completely sure about the order, but what we have still remaining is that we do have kind of like the final of the lower bracket, which means that it's going to be New Holland versus the winner of this. I have said that now 3 times maybe. And then we do have the final of the upper bracket, which is Helm versus Valtra. And then whoever's going to win that one, Helm versus Valtra, is going to go directly to the final. The loser from there is going to drop to play against the lower bracket finalist, which we will see in the next match maybe. And then from winner of that one will face the upper bracket winner. And huge thanks to JK, by the way. Yesterday, as you probably watched the broadcast, I was a little bit struggling. What is the schedule? What match we're going to see? Which are the teams? And because we didn't have that information available. So after the broadcast, JK came to me on private, like, hey, Copter, have a look on this one. And then he just sent me his sheet that he had put together from all the matches, and a huge help. So really appreciate that, JK. Thanks. I just got information at 20 seconds for the next match, so we should be getting on the second game of the series pretty swiftly. And then we'll see. First of all, we want to know the perks. So we had Big Hole versus Big Hole. So yeah, Unstoppable is still open, of course, as we have Bottleneck and Herbicide. So those are still available for the teams. And now we'll just going to be a matter of seconds when we'll see that. Will it be the perk versus perk? Will it be something else? Can Lindner do the herbicide strategy? That is something what I really enjoy to see, something a little bit different from time to time. And I think the bans, they should be, they seem to be following the same pattern. Power Team Esports will ban Lindner. Lindner will ban the telehandlers most probably, and then we have maybe a John Deere coming from Power Team Esports. That is my very rough estimate. Also at the same time, I'm getting some signals from Alex that maybe the internet has been fixed. So maybe at some point we'll figure that out. So Alex will be joining probably during the cast. And there he is. Hey, Alex.
Hey, right. I have rewired everything.
Oh, and because I love to always call you with the first name, because that's just so much more easier than Virtual Farmer. But I was watching the Madagascar movies, the animated movies. Did you remember that the lion's name was Alex?
Yes.
Okay, because I do remember it now as well. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So what do we have here? We have Unstoppable versus Bottleneck. So they will not go perk against a perk. So otherwise, the telehandlers were actually not banned. So we had a couple of big tractors being banned, but no telehandlers. But I don't really see that they are in the play either for the moment. So, I mean, Power Team Esports, who could have had their belt being stopped and maybe could utilize a little bit telehandlers if they want to play like Helm or New Holland. But we haven't really seen them to do it. So maybe that is just, a thing which they do. So they don't utilize the moment which they have. And yeah, now we have the battle for the first bale once again. And for sure, I'm pretty sure that Lindner will be more careful with the gates.
And Lindner,
So
of course,
we
gone
go.
for that, the Terra track, which seems to be pretty fast going for that combine there. Power Team Esports got hold of the Lexion and Apollo. Oh, can Apollo beat him to that Baylor? It's a slight... No, he's not. So it looks like Power Team Esports managed to grab the Class Baylor there.
Yeah. Okay. Apollo. This is actually a pretty slow start. So yeah. So the Terra track, which you mentioned and which you want to drive so badly, Alex, Apollo has it right now. This is what is going on here? Obelix, is it stuck somehow? The other Baylor, or what's the case with it? Because he just
I think he's
takes that
trying
and
to
leaves.
deny it to Lindner.
Yeah.
By the looks of things.
Okay. Anyways, the first bale is definitely not going to be 140. It's going to be less than 140 for both sides. Apollo has the bale, so that should be like a, I don't know, 127 maybe, something like that. That is doable, or maybe even a little bit slower, 143. I don't know. So 123, I meant. Yeah, 122. So that's pretty low, but at least Lindner will win it.
Your
so
bail predictions are getting
esports,
very good.
yeah, I mean, it's just math, more or less. But yeah, I mean, we had Power Team Esports. I don't know how much you followed the last game, but we do have a bit of an upset. So Power Team Esports got like 140 something, and Lindner got only 102. And now the sides have changed. So Power Team Esports will go with 105. So definitely Lindner will get that first bale. And I do smell the blood a little bit. So Lindner must be out there trying to get the revenge. I mean, if they want to stay in the tournament, they have to win this match.
Absolutely, this is the last chance for Lindner to stay in this, and Power Team Esports are going to know that because they are in exactly the same position, and both teams now just sort of pushing each other as much as possible. Lindner, of course, their backs against the wall. They have to win this game to stay in this tournament, and they're going to be pushing as hard as they can because of that.
Yeah, I want to see how this is going to be played. I mean, the big hole versus big hole was definitely interesting. I'm not going to say that the what did Power Team Esports had like a 5k extra gain. Maybe it wasn't the maybe the whole multiplier wasn't the thing. I think it was the mistakes which Lindner made at the start of a round and lost the first bale. Didn't get the equipment they wanted because the gap was 40 points after the first bale. It was pretty much the same. Well, at the end of the round as well. So yeah, I think that now we'll see hopefully a cleaner round from them. That no mistakes or anything like that, and maybe that's gonna show us what they're capable of. But we already knew that before the series started that this is gonna be a tight one because both teams they have been performing better this season than the last one. I think they both have shown capabilities which we didn't see last season. So yeah, definitely I'm definitely enjoying from every moment. And what I really want to see is that final seconds when they are like neck to neck, just trying to do everything they can to get those final bales inside. So let's hope that that's going to be the case on this game.
And got second baler being grabbed by Apollo now. So Lindner definitely going into there, press as many bales as possible. Looks like Obelix has got quite a run back to that tractor, though. He also has the Terra track and heading down to go and grab a bale and start pressing bales. So it looks like Lindner has the upper hand as far as getting bales pressed at the moment. And it's showing as they are already 3 bales ahead.
So tell me, Alex, what is the? I mean, we can see now both teams using the Terra track. So what is the best capability of that tractor? Why do teams want to use it?
I think from the looks of it, it's power and speed. It seems to be a pretty fast tractor from what we've seen. It was beating the John Deere out to that first point until he overshot, and then it's got a lot of power. There's a huge amount of power that should be able to run pretty much any of the balers. In fact, I'm sure it can run any of the balers at full pelt around this field. It's a really powerful piece of equipment to have.
Okay, so it's like a small monster, you could say.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but it's a nice monster, okay? A friendly monster, let's call it that. The Bale multiplier was on the drop, so that is like an no-brainer versus the bridges lowered. Both teams will go for that, and we do have 6 bales for Lindner, 3 bales for Power Team Esports. And, well, I mean, 80 seconds for Lindner and about the same for Power Team Esports, so utilize that as well. And I really hope that teams will now find a way of utilizing those as well. A bit of a grain is going to be also poured down. So Lindner, I mean, they had a almost 3.0 multiplier, and with the bale multiplier, it would have been 45 points per bale. So Power Team Esports are kind of evening out the field a little bit. Let's see how far they want to take it. And we can see Ceres's one bale is going to be just flying off. That is, that's how the. That's every time on the Hollywood movies when people are losing their lunch from the car window. It looks pretty much like that. But yeah, they will try to go and get some bales delivered. They have 1.9, 2.0, so they are just pouring down the grain. That should be at least 32 points. Well, now it's going to be even more. So more than 30 points, 33 points for Lindner from that bale. And if they can just get those remaining bales, that they still have 20 seconds. If they actually get the multiplier all the way up without sacrificing speed of the belt too much, and the huge load coming straight on the face of the ball. That's going to be look at that, 108 points in total. And now Power Team Esports, they will try to deny that, but it's going to be way too late.
Wow, that is absolute perfection in bale delivery there, with the seconds closing in on losing that power up. They managed to get bales in at 40 points a bale. That is huge.
It was a great moment for Lindner. Exactly this kind of things they need to come back. And I mean, the last game was, it was even, close, but there was like no huge upsets except that the mistake with Lindner did. And I mean, what Lindner just did, that's gotta hurt for Power Team Esports. They're definitely setting a tone. I mean, Lindner now, kind of like they are kind of like, leading the race. They are showing the signs. If you look at the bale counts, Power Team Esports only 3 bales so far. And well, the grain game is done, so 2.0 for both of the teams. But yeah, Lindner leading on the points and leading on the bale count, so they do have definitely a great chance. But they cannot afford any mistakes like this. As Ceres, I think he wants to pick up that 1 bale, which we saw rolling on the fields a little bit earlier. So he's got to get 3 of those bales. Hopefully this isn't going to be costing too much of time, but I think they are fine because there's still 2 minutes to go.
And they have a little bit to play with as well. They are 70 points ahead of their opponents at the moment, so they can take a little bit of time to get bales in at the moment. They have a 2 bale advantage on top of their points advantage. I think Lindner are actually sitting pretty well here and could take this to a 3rd game for the first time this weekend. And Power Team Esports now bringing in bales to score, but Tercerus is expertly putting them on that conveyor, scoring 20 points a bale. Not quite as much as he did earlier when he got that multiplier in, but still an absolutely great show of stacking from him.
Yeah, that was art. I mean, Ceresarus had 4 bales on the fork, and 2 on each side, stacked on top of each other, and then he was just putting them in place, and they are scoring nicely. So I don't really see how Power Team Esports will come back from this one. They do have 10 bales, that's going to be 200 points, so if they score all of those, it's going to be 485, just a couple more bales for Lindner, and they have more points than what Power Team Esports can even score. And it's also fair to say that there's no way that they will get all of those. Whatever, they have 10 bales on the 2nd floor because we only have 35 seconds to go. So some of them must go on the bottom. and that will definitely affect the scoring. So I would say that Lindner, they got this, and the question is, will they make above 600 points? I think it's definitely doable. There's no chances for combos, even though every time when the teams are like parking, next to the bottom door, I'm always like, okay, they're now trying something, but they just don't have the time. They don't have the bales for it. Linder, one more bale is there. Couple is going to go on the first floor as well, and they will end up somewhere around 570 points about, and they will win Power Team Esports by 100 points. Let's put that S letter on the end of it as well. And Linder will take the series to 1-1, so we will finally see a third game. And this is a good sign. I love when the competition is tight, but also, when you have that kind of a mistake, which Linder had on the first game, it's completely on you. You have done the mistake, not the opposing team that they have done, something very clever. You have done a very clear mistake, and that's going to cost you the game. So, of course, the comeback is always quite tricky from those situations. So I think the Linder is showing this like a mental strength also at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a cracking game from Lindner, in control right from the start. They not quite from the start, because they did lose that Baylor, and that could have cost them time. But Power Team Esports decided to go and deny Lindner Baylors rather than score high first Bale points. So that's cost them. That's very much put them on the back foot when they could have taken a decisive lead early on.
And I think I have solved your connection problems now, because the connection is working when you're not wearing a cap. So
Yeah,
and that's like very rare to see you without the cap. So do you have some kind of a tin foil inside of it or something like that that is like affecting the reception of the signals?
I was fighting around the back of my PC trying to plug a USB-C cable in, and I threw off my headphones and my cap in anger while I was trying to get round there. I have no idea where my cap is. My cap has completely disappeared, and until I turn the lights on in the studio, I will have no idea where it is. So, it's going to be
you do have a
stream.
Pretty good collection of the cap sets. Just pick one, and if you feel like it. But yeah, I kind of like it with the hair.
I feel if I go and pick the New Holland one, I might be showing a bias.
Oh, it could be. If you're gonna wear the New Holland one, then I have to get a Valtra one. But at least it's pretty easy in Finland, because we have a lot of Valtra retailers in Finland, so I can just go there and walk and get one of them. But yeah, okay, that's about the cap shot. But now we're gonna go for the third game of the series, and this is definitely great. I love when the teams are close to each other, and we knew that this is not gonna be an easy best of 3 series for either of the teams. So now I think we spoke about the mental strength. I think it's going to be time to measure the mental strength of Power Team Esports as well, because every time when you win the first game, then in a way the second game, if you lose that, it's a small disappointment, to be honest, and then you kind of have to regroup, and maybe Lindner has the momentum.
Yeah, I think it's Power Team Esports. They've got to dig deep now. They need to come back. They need to disrupt Lindner as best they can, and they need to take advantage of those disruptions. Because, as I was saying at the beginning of that last match, they disrupted them very nicely. They delayed their first Bale, and yet they then didn't take advantage of that, and that gave a great opening for Lindner to come back, take control, and they took control from the moment of that first Bale the whole way through that, and ended up being 100 points ahead at the end of it.
Well, we should be getting on the third game, and there we go. Okay, so we have a couple options here. Either they're going to play the Unstoppable and the Bottleneck the other way around, or then somebody will come up with something. And but we have seen Lindner to come up with something, so I want to see how this is going to go. Are they just going to go with the safer strategy? But, anything can happen. This time, Lindner is going to be banned. So this is a thing for Power Team Esports all the time, that they want to ban Lindner. Luckily, you cannot really cancel on this game, so you can just ban. So you cannot cancel them. John Deere is going to be banned, so I guess it's going to be the same line of bans. Yeah, we have Class Axion. It's the Terra track, actually, and the one which Alex loves so much. And then let's see what's going to be chosen by Power Team Esports. It's maybe something smaller, John Deere. Yeah, exactly. So there we go. But the next one is the one that I want to see. The perks, the perks, the perks. What are the perks? Give me the perks. And it's going to be unstoppable and bottleneck
Oh,
unless they're baiting. So they will switch the sides. So Lindner, they have decided that, okay, maybe it's not the time to go with the herbicide strategy. I don't know if they're saving it or maybe they were just lucky on the last tournament with it a little bit and they don't want to try their luck for the third time.
yeah, Linden are going to need to be very careful this game. That unstoppable is really quite powerful and can cause a huge amount of problems for a team delivering a lot of grain. Fortunately, they have got bottleneck, which will slow bale delivery down for Power Team Esports. Interesting that both telehandlers are still in play, and neither team at the moment seems to be going for it unless Silas selects something else. No! Silas has timed out on his selection and has got the forklift.
Interesting.
I have a feeling that is Silas has timed out completely. I have a feeling that this is going to be a restart. We have 2 players to 3. I can't see this continuing.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. Will we have a technical break or something like that? The forklift is there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. So let's see how this is gonna go. But I do have a feeling that you were probably completely right on that, Alex. That we might have a. I wouldn't mind seeing the forklift actually moving here, but
I don't think it's massively useful.
Then we are wondering that maybe this is is this farming simulator league, or if you have seen the Cars movies, you have the Luigi on the gas station that changes the tires, the Ferrari. So maybe that's the one which did put the eyes and the nose and of course the mouth on it. So we'll see how this is gonna go. But we're getting some words from the admin, so we'll see what's gonna happen. And there we can see the technical
there
break.
we go.
So probably it's gonna be a complete restart, I would imagine, because if they will just continue from here, it's probably not that fair. And there we go, back on the cameras just in time. So yeah, that is that's always the nice thing when you're sitting very comfortably on your chair, watching the screen, doing the commentary, and you're thinking that you're not on the camera, but then boom, you come back, and then sometimes you might find some awkward faces.
We have had confirmation from the production team. We have a restart incoming. So that was fully expected the moment that forklift ended up selected. You don't want to be riding around in that. I don't think any team particularly has. I don't think any team has consciously ever selected the forklift. I don't think it has the speed or the power to really be of a massive use. Love to see a team come up with a strategy that did allow you to use the forklift.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having an extra mode, some kind of a show-off tournament where you can only play forklifts. Okay, you need to still be able to press the bales, but I mean that, for example, that only bales which are stacked with the forklift will count. Something like that.
Or the forklift, having the forklift adds an increased multiplier would be a good thing. Every bale that goes on there with the forklift has a 1.5 or a 2 multiplier.
I think it should be more like a 10-time multiplier or something like that. And then it actually makes sense. Then teams actually would go for it, just have the forklift waiting at the belt, and everybody will just, bring the bales with the other equipment, and he just does the final pile up like a construction line.
Or maybe, I wonder how many bales it can pick up with a triple stack.
We may have just one spawn next to the barn, and then you can utilize it. Okay, jokes aside, so we are waiting for the third game of the series to start again. So there was a connection issue, and of course the forklift wasn't intentional, and so we should get the completely new start with the bans and picks and everything, and of course from the ban side and the captain pick side, I think we pretty much know what we're gonna get, but the one thing we know that we're not gonna be getting the forklift.
I have a feeling under restart conditions, normally it's required that everybody picks the same up to that point. because obviously that's the point at which the restart was needed. So I think there's normally an agreement that that's how it has to go, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but the player disconnected after the picks were done.
Mm.
So did he choose the
Oh yeah, so
forklift?
he will
And
he
then
will get to pick. He will
the
get to pick
same,
his
the
his
same.
equipment.
Yeah, one could argue about that one, but yeah, I think it's pretty fair. I think everybody understands. Yeah, they're gonna reset the whole server, so that's gonna take a bit of a time. So we do have some time
Right.
in our hands here. Is there any
Yeah.
specific topic that you, Alex, wanna bring up to the studio here?
Well, I have had a thought. It's Tuesday, of course, sees the release of the Oxbow Pack DLC for Farming Simulator 22, which is fantastic. I've had a play around with it. It's got 4 machines in it, but there are so many different configurations for it. It doubles, almost triples the number of machines that are available in the pack because of that, which is really cool. There's stuff in there for slurry spreading, for muck spreading, for grape harvesting. There's a great new grape overloader in it, which is really cool. It's got stuff for spraying them as well. There's one machine in there that will both spray your grapes and harvest them, which is pretty awesome. There's also a merger in there that's pretty cool as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to having playing around with that later, and we'll see how it goes when it's released to the general public on Tuesday. So it's yeah, go check that out. It's awesome. You can grab it from the Farming Simulator website if you're on PC or I think on Xbox and PlayStation. It's available from PlayStation Store.
So
Go
it's
check
not
that
gonna
out.
be for the Commodore 64 edition of Farming Simulator.
Unfortunately, not as nice as my C64 edition of Farm Sim is. That's just there behind me. It is not, unfortunately.
So you said that it's going to be available next week for the general public. Have you had a peek on it?
I have had a peek. I've had it since middle of last week, and I've had to play around with it, and yeah, been really fun. Sort of trying out all the different configurations and how everything is going. I do know actually we also have a giveaway today. I believe. I'm just. I think I saw Chucky putting it in the. Now I'm gonna find out I'm wrong about this. I think I saw Chucky putting it in the thing earlier. In fact, yes, we do have a giveaway today, and that is for a copy of the Oxbow pack. So yeah, go and enter that. The link is in the chat. I'm sure if I ask nicely, Chucky might put it in again. But yeah, if you want to win a copy of the Oxbow pack, it is available, and you can go and enter that today during today's stream for a chance to win it. In fact, there are 5 keys up for grabs in that giveaway today.
So there's a link somewhere that we have to find, or the viewers have to find.
It is in the chat. I will see if I can repost it. I doubt I'll be able to because I'm not a. Oh, hang on. I know what I'll do. I will put the giveaway command in and see if it comes up.
And then you'll find some old giveaway.
Yeah. I know. Chucky's done it. Thank you, Chucky. So yeah, go check out that link. There is a giveaway for the Oxbow pack today. I can personally attest that it is a cracking DLC, and you should go and check it out.
And we should be expecting that, of course, the content creators like you and the others you have had access. So we can expect that there's a huge amount of content to watch on YouTube as well when it's going to be released for the general public. So make sure to follow the Farming Simulator content creator channels as well to get a good idea how the pack actually works, what it includes, and all the tips and tricks. These guys, they know what they are doing. So I would definitely recommend, because every time when I'm like doing anything Farming Simulator really, I just go check a couple of these channels and have a look, oh, that's how it should be done. So I would definitely recommend doing that. But yeah, the new pack is going to be out next week. Anything else, Alex? What do you think about the? I mean, okay, so we can maybe talk a little bit about the, the upcoming matches. So we know that there's gonna be the Helm versus Voltra. That's gonna be at some point, and then from this match, we do have the winner going against New Holland, and then and then from there we do have the winner going against, well, either Helm or Voltra.
True.
So I think we have, after this one, is it, we have 4 matches remaining. Yeah, I
I
think
think we
that's
have
the
4 matches
case.
remaining. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 matches.
It
Uh,
is. As I say, the Helm versus Vultra match, I think, is going to be a great match. We saw Vultra very much back on form yesterday, playing a cracking game against Just a Tractor, being in total control both matches. And yeah, I think they'll give Helm a good run for their money today. Uh, they're playing much better than they were last season. Much more of the Voltra that we saw back in season 3. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a good match.
hmm. Yeah, definitely. And just as a reminder that the grand final is, well, there's got to be, of course, the winner from the upper bracket, and then in the end, the winner of the lower bracket facing off. And well, there needs to be some kind of an advantage for the team that is coming from the upper bracket, because they haven't lost a single game. That's how it goes on the other titles as well. So if the team from the lower bracket, they actually need to win it twice. So if well, whoever's going to come from the upper bracket, if they will win the first final, the best of 3 series, they will win it. If the team coming from the lower bracket is going to win the first best of 3s, they still have to win another one. So it's not going to be easy. I mean, I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
it
depending, it's going to
is.
be Helm or Valtra. I mean, I'll be honest. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind having actually Valtra to win Helm on the upper bracket, and then we would have Helm like a, maybe Helm. Okay, it's not that simple, but then kind of coming back versus Valtra, and needing to win 2 matches, and then we'll see the how persistent the players from Helm are. But if it's gonna be Helm, who's gonna go to the final from the upper bracket, then whoever's gonna come from the lower bracket, I don't think that beating Helm has been so difficult ever in the past.
Yeah, it is very much. Well, because it's a double elimination. That's the reason why whoever wins, if the loser bracket person wins the final, they need to go and beat their opponents for a second time, because otherwise the winner from the winners bracket has only lost once, and that of course doesn't even them up with anybody else on the who's gone through the whole thing. So yeah, everybody has to lose once, and that includes in the grand final. If you have got through from the winner bracket the whole way through, you still have to lose twice in that grand final in order to be fully eliminated and for the other team to win.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we'll face that situation when the time's up. I think the guys are still restarting the servers, and the players are connecting. So hopefully, we'll be joining them, the players, I mean, on the server at some point to see how the final game of the best of 3 series is going to go. And just as a reminder, Power Team Esports versus Lindner. So that's the last game of the best of 3. So this next game on this round will be, of course, deciding who's going to be dropping off and who's going to continue all the way on the next stages. But yeah, we are still waiting for that. Okay, I just got information. 20 seconds, at least that's what I'm hearing. And Alex is confirming. So I think that our hearing aids are equally good.
Yep, we are heading in to the next the next game imminently. This will decide this best of 3. Is Power Team Esports or Lindner going to be heading through? I believe it is time for us to find out as we head into the next game. So what is going to be? So I, as I said, I am fully expecting the all of the settings in this section to be exactly the same as we had before. So we've got the Lindner track band. The one that I remember from the last time is the Terra track and the John Deere. Yeah, so I think we're heading for the same picks and bands here. So the Terra track should be up next, and then finally, I think it was the John Deere loader that got banned.
It was the small one.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if the picks are gonna be the same. So let's see if the forklift will make a reappearance. I don't think so, but yeah, you never know. Always wanna kind of like wait for the unexpected. Anyways, the picks are the same for the perks. So bottleneck, unstoppable. No surprises there. And yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that we don't see the forklift here, even though we would like to see it. I don't know why. It's small and cute.
And useless. That's the trouble.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. A couple of things came to my mind, you know, what could be a similar thing, but maybe it's just, you know, sometimes it's good to know when to shut up as well. Okay, Silas is not gonna go with the small and cute.
That's a little bit more powerful than the forklift.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the forklift. I didn't see much of the forklifts being assembled on the factories though, so they are not really the hard for me to see John Deere doing a forklift. But maybe they do, I don't actually know. Anyway, finally, we are getting on the third game of the series. And let's see, do we have any accidents? No, everybody should be on their way. We do have some challenges happening here, as we can see.
Cerberus is ahead.
No.
And he's got it.
There? He's got it, yeah. For a while, it seems that actually Team Esports going to be getting it. Because from the right in front of Apollo, it's going to be the Baylor's going to be snatched from the other pad. So some variance on these challenges because it followed. I think it just confirmed the combine for themselves, so didn't really use it. We can see Apollo going for another Baylor, so this means that Lindner's first bale probably will not be as fast as they were hoping for, because the Ceres was pretty far away and Apollo needs to come. But it's not a complete disaster. I think they still have like a decent placing, because when I see where the Power Team Esports is, I think they have a longer distance. If I can, I can see the map correctly. But yeah, I think it's a pretty even actually in the end, because Apollo is so close, still needs to press that bale, so this should be pretty even first bale, to be honest. Both are now heading for the bridges, because the Obelix going actually from the safer route. Apollo is closer and he's going to be swinging that in, so Lindner seems to be still winning, but okay, they are actually not swinging. He's reversing that in, and it's going to be pretty tight, especially if the Power Team is going to be equal. It's pretty close, yes. Wow. 124 for both of them. Lindner decides to reverse that in, and then Obelix comes with the swinging. We had the drops coming in as well. Right now, Crazy Tool and Herbicide. And we can see that Linder's just driving past them, not going to pick anything, doesn't have the time for it, and I'm expecting the same is going to happen for the Power Team Esports side as well. Oh,
no, and that's actually what I expected Power Team Esports to do. Herbicide is probably the most useful power-up at this stage, and I'm very, very surprised that Lindner didn't turn around and grab it. It frees up all their combines. They can just keep producing straw and grain all over the field. They don't have to worry about any of the weeds. And it seems like a mistake for Lindner not to have picked that up.
Yeah, especially as Lindner has been, playing with Herbicide as a team perk as well. So yeah, I was maybe thinking that as well, that they should go for it. But yeah, okay, it is what it is. The time is going to run out though from the perks pretty soon, so it's not going to be that long-lasting change. And let's see the grain. So it's unstoppable versus the bottleneck, and it's the opposite sides.
I'm looking at the grain. I can just about see it underneath the Power Team Esports spectating bit. It looks to me like Power Team Esports have about 5,000 more litres of grain at this point than Lindner do, and I think that's the advantage of having Herbicide. I think it's purely down to herbicide that's happened.
You might be right. But to me, it seems Linder
Except
actually
it's not.
has
It's
more
no.
grain.
They're delivering. That's what's throwing me off. I think.
Yeah.
I think no. Power Team Esports aren't delivering. How does Lindner have 8,000 liters more grain? Wow.
I think that's the you need the tinfoil hat for that to understand it.
How did I got that so wrong? I got that so incredibly wrong.
Yeah, well, it's hard to it's hard to see under the team names, because the stats are partly blocked in that scene. So let's not worry about it too much. I'll try to make always some kind of forecast as well, and they're not completely right, so don't worry about it. But yeah, you're completely right with the fact that how did Linder actually make all that grain, as they didn't do the herbicide or anything like that, and now they seem to be pretty much tied, to be honest. Now let's see how far Power Team Esports wants to go. The next set of drops are gonna be spawning in a matter of seconds, and the drops are coming in, so they have like 1 liter of a difference, so that's not gonna be much. And the drops are here. Silo closed is there, so let's see if there will be any strategies coming up with that. We can see that Power Team Esports will definitely grab that one. We can see Linder coming for it as well. So both teams have trapped it. Nobody has delivered. Oh, Linder actually did manage to deliver some. So they have 2.2 multiplier for 90 seconds. And they do have 4 bales as well. Power Team Esports doesn't have the bales. So this is the time. This is the hammer time once again, when they can make a difference. So Power Team Esports, they can set up the utilities around the silo. They can be ready for it. But I'm pretty sure that Linder is doing exactly the same. And the question is that during this next 1 minute, can Linder, or do they want to take some kind of an advantage from the situation where they do have a slight multiplier advantage? And the belt is, by the way, very slow for them as well.
I think that Linder do need to take advantage of this. Both teams don't have a tractor up there. They are both delayed by another 40 to 50 seconds. And Silas has stuck on his weight. He dropped the weight off the front of the tractor, didn't reconnect it, and ended up getting stuck on it. Another 30 seconds left. Silas is getting into position, ready to drop all of that grain the moment things open up. They are going to be 10 seconds behind Power Team Esports, who
it's going to open up earlier. Do they have any bales ready?
No, it'll open up earlier for Power Team Esports because it's Lindner who stopped theirs. So Lindner still has 6 seconds before theirs opens. Power Team Esports have not delivered any grain in those 6 seconds though, and now both teams dropping grain, and that's going to hold this multiplier while Lindner gets bales onto there and scores points with them.
Yeah, they will get a couple bales in. They should be ending up with pretty much the same multiplier in the end. There we have the super drop coming in pretty soon as well. We should be seeing those 3 bales, so that's gonna be 60-something points. But let's see.
No, Power Team Esports dropping grain on the ground.
Oh, they are doing a mistake here. We can see Linder not getting the bales inside, so they have made 2 out of 3 at least already, and that's the one. So 2.2 multiplier will be the one which they will get. We have Lord Baylor coming in as a super drop. So Linder has taken the lead. They have been able to press those bales, even though Silas had a bit of a problem there with the Baylor and with the front weight as well. But they have recovered from it, and this is definitely a problem currently for the Power Team Esports. But I think that they can still make a decent multiplier out of this. I think it's going to be still about 2.2. Of course, I don't know how much grain they ended up dumping on the ground, but it wasn't that much.
Yeah, it is the delay that it caused them. That's the trouble they had. Because Lindner were putting stuff onto their belt, and because they were still delivering grain, it meant that they kept that multiplier a little bit longer and got to deliver a load of bales with it.
Yeah, but the 2.1 is the one where they're gonna stay. And it would have been 2.0 without that small mistake. Because they had almost identical amount of grain, and there was no grain multiplier, so then they have delivered about the same amount. So yeah, it's gonna be a 2.1. But the belt is pretty slow for Lindner though. So we'll see how this is gonna go. But Lindner is still on the lead. They have 60, 70 points of an advantage, and they do have a slight advantage on the multiplier, pretty much even with the bales. So if everything goes according to the plan, they should be able to hold this down. But of course, now we are looking for those smallest mistakes. And the small mistake came from the Power Team Esports side, so that is pretty much the reason why we are here. They were completely tied with the first bale. Lindner hasn't done anything that special, but they haven't done any mistakes, and that small mistake on the Power Team Esports side, it costed some grain, it costed a multiplier, and most importantly, it cost time also for the player who was fixing it.
How it's going to have to go now is Lindner have just got to keep putting bales onto that conveyor. Their belt is slow. It's going to take longer to get. And Xerxes is in a tree. He must have done the jump on the bridge and ended up getting stuck in the tree on the other side with his landing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Lindner should be fine. I mean, only 4 bales for Power Team Esports remaining. They can make 80 points out of that. And they cannot catch Lindner. So if Xerxes wants to be a bird, that's completely fine. You know, he can be on a tree. That's allowed.
And Velo, where is Velo going?
Doesn't matter.
10 seconds left. Oh, everybody's parking up. This is roughly about where this is going to be. Yeah, not enough points for Power Team Esports in the last 10 seconds. Victory goes to Lindner, and they are through to the next round.
So yeah, Lindner will have to face New Holland then later on, and it's not going to be easy. We can see Lindner delivering 2 bales more, and also more on the second floor. So yeah, the amount of grain. I mean, yeah, there we can see the grain. 62 for Power Team Esports, and they had 64. I think they had 64.7, so they lost about 2.5 kilos. Oh, 2.5 k of grain. So that's pretty much actually.
Yeah, and you could see that they did not realize that they were dropping out on the floor. That was a fair amount of grain they dropped there. They just got their augers entangled with the combines, and as a result, it went off the back. And that's a great example of how a small mistake in the FSL can cost you a game, because it did. It meant the multiplier went the other way, and that it gave Lindner the opening to score the points they needed.
Well, Lindner, they made the comeback. Well, it's definitely an upset for Power Team Esports, but I mean, either of the teams could have won this, so they knew that it's going to be a tight series. Anyways, we're going to be heading for a break, and then, of course, we come back with the next game. So we still have plenty of good matches remaining, and just stay there, and it's about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. This time the microphone is working. I was very tempted to bait you guys a little bit with the mute button, but I decided I will not do it. Anyways, so now we know that Lindner will be proceeding. Power Team Esports is out. And in the end, we do have then Lindner facing New Holland a little bit later. But before that, it seems that we do have the anticipated match, Helm versus Valtra, coming up next. And that is, of course, the one we have been waiting for. We haven't seen a single match from Helm. We were supposed to see one yesterday, but there was some connection issues, and then we skipped the match. So this time we'll see the Helm versus Valtra. We haven't seen Helm. We saw Valtra yesterday, and that will be interesting to see. I mean, they did pretty well, pretty flawless victories for them, executing everything, no mistakes, and so on. So we'll see how much they can challenge Helm. That is the question. And then I think after that one, we're going to see the one with the New Holland versus Lindner. And then, of course, the the loser of this Helm versus Valtra is going to face the winner of that match. But of course, before that, we will still see the replays from the previous one.
Yeah, and yeah, this is probably my most anticipated match where we know the players, where we know the teams that are going to be playing each other today. I'm really interested to see how Valtra play against Helm. Valtra put in a very strong showing against Just Attractor yesterday, and seem to be very much back on form. I'm hoping that they can continue through this, and we'll see how well they are able to hold up against the unstoppable juggernaut at the moment that is Helm, who are just playing absolutely amazingly throughout the FSL.
Well, we should be heading towards the replay. Something that I really want to see. Maybe they catch what happened with the tree with Cerceros at the end of the third game of the series. We didn't see any huge mistakes. We saw some jumps though. So we'll see what the replays are going to be offering to us as they will start just right now, as you can see. There we can see the mistake of Apollo and Cerceros at the start as they crashed to the side of the gate, which costed them a lot of time. Apollo had a small bump here on the safer route as well. And then we can see the final moments. We had a huge rush from Valo and Obelix at the same time to the bottom floor of the barn as well. The challenge is happening and the pads as well. This is where Apollo lost it very closely though, but still lost it. And some small bumping happening here. I don't think we saw what is the case here. No, he was just running to it, so nothing that special. And then we have the setups and everything.
That's the bit that cost Power Team Esports the game. Just dropping a pile of grain on the floor made the an uneven thing. And you can see in the back there, Zerstra's launching off the bridge and ending in the tree. Didn't end up costing anything to Lindner at the time, but that could have been very costly if they'd needed to get Bales up there swiftly at the end of that.
Yeah, launching to the tree. That is, we have seen some pretty big jumps today and yesterday, but we haven't seen one that's going to be reaching all the way to the tree. But now we have. So, you can try your luck every time. But anyways, that game is done, and we know the results. Lindner will be going forward, and of course, Power Team Esports is out, unfortunately. So New Holland is this time the only French team that we still have remaining. Last time it was Power Team Esports, and now it's going to be maybe time for New Holland to shine. But yeah, we're going to be, of course, focusing on Helm versus Valtra. We spoke a lot about the banning the telehandlers earlier, so I'm pretty sure that we saw Valtra actually banning the telehandlers yesterday also against the opponents yesterday. So I think they're going to do it. So we don't probably see the telehandler play. And Valtra is definitely one of those teams that they have been playing versus Helm multiple times this season. Last season. They are one of the challenges. So I'm pretty sure that they don't want to give any kind of an extra advantage. And on the Helm side, at least on the picture, we can see JK. We didn't see JK playing on the previous tournament at all, but now he's back on the server. So JK, Paul, and Wooler will be the lineup for Helm because they do have 4 players. So this time they have JK included.
And there we go, Valtra straight away banning the Manitou. You're right, we won't see Valtra giving Helm the opening of putting the telehandlers out there for them to use. The TerraTrack and the John Deere are the two bands chosen by Helm, denying Vultra those two big fast tractors. And then, yeah, I don't think there'll be any surprise. There goes the New Holland telehandler as well.
Yeah, no surprises on there. Usually Helm does a bit of a baiting with the perks. Let's see if they're going to be switching it back and forth this time. Nope, they don't seem to be doing much of anything with it. So they're going to settle down with the bottleneck. So bottleneck versus bottleneck. This is something I don't think we saw this yesterday. Maybe we did. But at least today we haven't seen. I mean, we have seen big hole versus big hole, and then unstoppable versus the bottleneck. But we haven't seen these unstoppable and bottlenecks playing against each other. So that's gonna happen right now, and yeah, runner under pressure, Archimedes, the usual perks for the players, they're gonna come up. So expecting no surprises here, unless maybe Paul wants to get a forklift.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go with that. I think we've got two stackers and a large tractor on the Helm side, and two large tractors and a stacker on the Vultra side. So two very different strategies going into this, looking to have a lot more bales brought back, I think, at once with Helm, because they'll have one of those tractors out there baling with the front loader on it. We can see the class combine is off to the left.
Yeah. And
oh no, that's not a good start for
Vultra. That is... Yeah, he recovers though. But yeah, it cost definitely some seconds for certain. We'll see if Vuro's going to be snatching that class combine. It's going to be driving off with it. And this is the, if I remember completely right, you Alex, you said that this is the wide one, which has the widest blades on front. Meanwhile, Luca's going to go there out on the field. He's going to start, well, of course, making the straw. We can see JK coming. So JK is actually making the first bale. So this is interesting. I don't think that we have seen that happening so often when he has been playing, that he's actually making the first bale. He's done with the bale, so he's going to be crossing that bridge. We'll see if that's going to be a swing. Maybe he has to be practicing. This is looking pretty good. It's going to be 140, maybe 9 or 8.
Oh, no, he missed!
He's going to miss that one. So maybe that's the reason why JK hasn't been doing the first bale, but he can still make it 140 out of it. 141 actually, so it's a decent recovery. So he will just make a second pass and just push that in. We can see Sören. So Sören had the mistake on the when he was running out of the gates, and that's not going to be a swing. It's going to be definitely a reverse entry, and that's going to be 126. So they are down about, well, exactly 15 points, and that's, well, less than one bale. So 3/4 of a bale down.
Helm doing what Helm do best and putting teams on the back foot from the very start. I mean, that was a massive unforced error from Soren at the start. Prevented him getting out there and prevented his teammate, in fact, Luca, from getting the class combine. Immediately puts more grain, or the ability to hold more grain in the combine at once, in Helm's hands. So there's that straight off the bat. Plus, it delayed both of them getting out there, hence the delayed first fail. It has not been a great start for Vultra here, and Helm just absolutely hitting every mark that they need to put themselves in the best position they can.
Well, there was the silo close was on the first batch of drops, so we know that the silo is going to be closed on this game. So that is something. But of course, the grain multiplier and the bale multiplier, they're still on the second batch of drops. That is what the teams are watching for. We'll see how the grain game is going to proceed all the way from here. I'm not going to make any assumptions based on those half numbers, which we can see under the Helm's banner on the upper view. But yeah, we'll shortly will have an understanding what's going on. We can see on the transparency view, or the X-ray view, you can see that they actually are moving pretty much at the same time. JK seems to be heading already towards the silo. Maybe he wants to make some kind of an early delivery, and we can see that Vultra is following exactly at the same spot. So they will probably start pouring it down exactly about the same time. JK is gonna start doing it. Certain will he start pour it down as well? No, he's gonna wait for it. So he hasn't done anything. So he will just leave it there and he will wait for the rest of the setup. So Helm wants to do something in the early game. 2.5 multiplier for them. JK is done with his delivery. Will be heading back to the fields and they will end up with 2.6 at this point of the game.
It's a little bit of a little bit of a gamble at this stage for Helm to deliver grain now. If that grain multiplier comes up at the 6-minute mark, which we're only 14 seconds away from, then then that is going to put Helm on the back foot. They are not going to have quite as much grain, I don't think, as Vultra are going to have to deliver at that point, and that will give Vultra an advantage on the multiplier. The only thing really that Helm could do at this point to improve things would be to deliver bales, but they have no bales.
Yeah, but they are collecting more grain.
So they can't insure against. They are.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That I mean now Vulture they have about 60 something, so they will just make a. You know, I think they're gonna stop here because you cannot really get more than. I mean, you can get like 70k, but I think that they're gonna stop soonish. And now when Helm they have 53, and what is it like? Now they're unloading it as well. I think that Helm actually has more grain still available than what Vulture has been expecting. Because that 53, which they had before they started to unload, I think it was definitely more than Vulture was expecting. So I think that I don't usually say this that often, but I'm not completely sure about that, Alex. I mean, I don't usually question your calculations, but I think that Helm actually has a slight advantage here. And yeah, now when you look at it, 36 and 34, and Helm even has the 2.1 multiplier. So if they deliver all what they have currently, I think Helm is going to end up with 2.2 actually. So
yeah,
that is
you're right.
definitely something.
Going back out there and having the bigger combines has allowed Helm to get the extra grain. So they dropped that grain there, knowing that they would still have a decent amount of grain. That is actually some really fantastic play. And in fact, Helm have now delivered the rest of their grain. They are up to 2.8 to 1.2. And I don't think there's enough grain there for Vulture to even this up. I think you're right. I think we're going to end up with about 2.2 to 1.8 multiplier difference here. And that is not good for Vulture. Oh, they have managed to just get it in.
There was a bale multiplier available. So Vulture decided to go for speed up instead of the bale multiplier. And they have the bales. So they didn't want to try to do any early delivery or anything like that. I'm pretty sure that Helm is going to go for the bale multiplier in a matter of seconds. Are they still available actually anymore? Did they lost the opportunity to pick them up completely? I think they did actually, but they will just not go for it. And it's going to be 2.1, so it's not 2.2. But still, they will keep the advantage. Otherwise, it's pretty tight. And now we can see Helm just delivering the belts. They didn't get the multiplier, but they don't seem to care. They will just go for the. They will just go for it. They will get 21 points per bale. They do have more bales, and they are leading by 60 points. So yeah, they have a good position at least for the moment.
It definitely feels like Helm have been in command of this game from the start. From the moment that they got that second class combine, Vulture have been feeling a little bit on the back foot, and you can see now that they're trying to get bales in here. The multiplier switch would be useful to Vulture, but I don't know how useful. We are currently on. That was on Helm's side, so that will be the shorter time limit of 15 seconds. I'm guessing it's a much longer time limit if Vulture turns up.
Yeah, it's just like 2 points per bale. I mean, 19 versus 21. And what can you do? Like get like 5 bales inside if you're like very fast with it. So that's gonna be like 10 points to you, 10 points less for the opponent. I think that traveling there and getting the multipliers, which when the multipliers are so even, it's not really worth it because I mean then you're gonna be out of the other duties and one bale. Ooh, what's here?
Lennox has got himself stuck.
That's one very powerful hook on that tractor, I gotta say. It's right there. It's gonna start coming down, and he tries to. I think he can actually recover it, but the
Yeah.
not the the Baylor is stuck on the bridge. Now he's gonna be able to continue. Bale-tastic for Valtra at the same time happening, by the way, and they will take the lead. So meanwhile, as we are like super confused what is happening at the bridges, they will get a Bale-tastic, and they will take the lead. They still have 6 bales less, so, but Helm definitely needs to do some work to get this back even, or if they want to win this one. So this is getting tight. That Bale-tastic changed the whole situation.
And we now have, it's that is evened up the scores a lot. Vultra are lower on the number of bales though, so they do need to get out there. They do need to press more bales. That is what Helm are doing really, really well. Helm, of course, have that front-loader tractor on front of one of their balers, so they're not having to send their stacker out to go and pick bales up to get as many bales back. It is a big advantage Helm does all the time, and it gets them huge number of bales in at this point in the game. So we'll see if that is going to cost Valtra or not.
Interesting to see. I mean, if there's some team who can actually bounce back from the Bale-tastic, on the other side is Helm, and they're doing a pretty good job. The gap is only 4 points, and they do have 4 more bales. And if there's some team that I'm usually trusting that they can, get the bales delivered, it is Helm, because they can climb, they can put them on the belt. They still have time. That one bale is, by the way, it's not going to go inside. I don't know if that's going to be making a difference. Yeah, completely ties with the point at the same time as well. So that's going to be 1 bale dropping, and it's good that it actually dropped at this point. They can still shove that on the first floor, and they will try to get 1 more bale on the belt. And it seems that Valtra is pretty late with the last-minute delivery, and I don't know that they don't have the time. They don't have the bales anymore. It's going to be Helm who's going to win this one, so they will get the first round out of the best of 3 series at least.
Yeah, look at that. 26 bales delivered, more of them up the top as well. That is why Helm took that. Not because of the multiplier advantage they had, but just because they do what they do best and put more bales into their barn than a Vultra did. And they're just so good at that. I mean, this is the thing. They take that front loader tractor, they take that second front loader tractor, so they can have somebody who is bailing out on the field also bringing 3 bales back and not having to send their stacker out all the time to put more, to grab more bales to put on there and delay everything.
Yeah, well done. I mean, well, of course, the kind of the accident, the bridge was a little bit unfortunate, and the kind of like our focus was completely there. And meanwhile, they just managed to snatch a Bale-tastic, sneak in while we were watching that one guy doing a cliffhanger movie on the bridge. But I mean, Helm still came back from it. I mean, the efficiency always during the last couple of minutes for Helm is pretty amazing all the time, and they just did exactly the same. They even missed 1 bale on the belt, and they still, they didn't sweat to get the job done. So I think that Valtra, they have a lot to prove on the next round. If they, I mean, honestly, Helm almost flawless how they played the game, and I don't know if Valtra can find the secret ingredients to do the same.
Yeah, I think Voltra are going to have to dig deep. They're going to they can't make mistakes in the same way as they did straight off the bat in that match. Hitting the post and delaying 2 team members cost them the bigger combine, cost them a really or an equivalent first bale score. I mean, JK missed, had time to go round, get it in, get a 141, and get out before Voltra had even got into the position to deliver their first bale. They're going to have to speed things up, because against Helm, if you're not absolutely quick off the mark and not making mistakes from the first minute, it's going to cost you.
Sure. I mean, we know that the Helm likes from challenges. we tried on the last tournament with Terminator that if they could like choose a perk with a coin flip because it was landing on the Gamescom, but they didn't go for it. But I wouldn't mind having a challenge for Helm to win a round with the forklift. To be honest, I would. That's what I would love to see.
I think it's going to be one of those things now where it's interesting where both teams have got rid of the bottleneck, which last season was the main tactic for every team. Now they've got to choose a different perk. And are either of them going to go for Big Haul? Are either going to go for Unstoppable? Are either going to go for Herbicide? We will find out in just a few seconds because game 2 of this match is now kicking off. What is going to be their perk choices? Let's find out.
Somehow, I just feel that they will go Unstoppable versus Unstoppable. I mean, these teams, they haven't played the Herbicide at all. On the previous tournaments, we have seen that the Big Haul kind of like has been the last option. So that's what I'm expecting. But I mean, this tournament, teams have been mixing up a little bit with the Big Haul and the Unstoppable different ways. So it could be either of those, but I'm not really expecting Herbicide. You never know. Helm did play one game without any perk. I think at the first tournament, if I remember correctly, which we did on the Gamescom together with you, Alex. So we'll see. I mean, we know that they are capable of doing all kinds of things. But what I'm expecting here is that it would be Unstoppable versus Unstoppable.
Both teams.
Nope.
There we go. They're going to change that. Are they not going to change that?
Nope.
Wow. Okay. That puts Vultra in a stronger position for me.
Yeah, I mean the Unstoppable is a great perk to kind of counter the what's going on with the Big Haul, but then on the other hand, I mean, stopping down the belt, it hasn't really been a thing. It really hasn't been a thing. At least the telehandlers are banned. So let's say that the belt of Helm would be stopped. They can't use the telehandlers, but they will go with the 2 front loaders actually, and that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think that we have seen a kind of like some kind of next level Big Haul strategies today. We haven't seen those from Helm because we haven't seen them to play with the Big Haul, but we have seen that teams are. I mean, on the last tournament we saw that the where Big Haul was in play, people were countering with the smaller vehicles and utilities to get like 70k of grain, and now we have seen that people are getting the full Big Haul plus 10k on top of it. So I think that the Helm is trusting on the fact that they can still do something not so normal with the Big Haul, and that's how they can counter the whole Unstoppable thing.
I'm very surprised. Both games, I've not seen Vultra go for the big class Lexi. And it's interesting because the first game I put that down to the fact that they knew they were late out of the gate and that they just weren't going to get to the
This is good
time.
from JK,
This
by
time,
the way.
They got a good run and still didn't go for it.
This is like 150, 149.
Yeah.
No, he's going to miss that
missed
once again. And he's going to come for another pass again. 144.
It's still at 144. Oh man, that is just insane.
Yeah, it's like, he almost like feels that he's enjoying from that second pass. It's like a victory lap that he's doing. And 129. So both teams are increasing actually by 3 points, because of 141 and 126, so exactly the same gap, just 3 points more for each team. So the situation is pretty much the same. But yeah, I mean, it is almost like a victory lap for JK. Yeah, I just want to do the second pass. Why not?
That is just absolutely mad. That he was able to fail to get it in on the swing, and yet still scored a 144. And that Vultra improved their score by the same amount. So yeah, still a 15-point difference between them. And exactly the same thing is happening as happened in the first match. Vultra need to pull something out to change things here and disrupt Helm a bit, because at the moment Helm are playing exactly the same way as the first game and are going to head to the same result as the first game.
What I really want to see is that how Helm plays the big ball here. What is the amount of grain they are settling into? And of course the multipliers will make a difference as well, if they can come. But still, I want to see like what is the number, the magical number, where they're gonna end up with the grain, because I think it has been really about the small details, you know, couple thousand here and there, and then get that small advantage at some point, and then do that small move like the, a small like a middle round strike to get a couple bales in with the proper timing. It's all about these small details, and now I just want to see how the details are building up on this game. We still have 1 minute and 20 seconds for the next set of drops. We can see Søren heading towards the silo. So he's got to go and put that in place. Who knows? Maybe they will do some kind of early delivery as well. But I don't think that on the opposing side of the big hole you should be doing the early deliveries before the possible grain multiplier has appeared.
This is the thing. We've seen Vultra go in the game versus Just a Tractor yesterday. We saw them come in and deliver more grain than the Big Haul trailer did, and ended up with a multiplier advantage as a result. I'm wondering if they're going to try the same thing here, and whether Helm, in all honesty, have a counter for that, an advantage that they can do with that. I mean, they do have the two big tractors, and we can see now that, two big combines, and we can see now at the top end of the field there, just before we started following JK down the field there, that they're emptying those at the top end of the field ready. I don't know if they'll... No, Wooler's going directly to the silo.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna be just a
that
couple
is
seconds
not
when
what
the
I
drops are
expected.
gonna come. Just couple seconds, so they'll know what's gonna be on the drops in a matter of seconds. We can see that Helm actually stopped by 63, 64k, and Vulture went closer to that 70,000k. Crazy Tool Bale multiplier not gonna change, so the pouring will start in a matter of seconds, and we can see that Helm actually already have done it. So 2.5, they have lost the belt for the time being, and Vulture hasn't yet started to unload. No telehandlers, remember, that is not the case here, and Vulture seems to be waiting for a while. We can see a bale multiplier being picked by both of the teams, and now Vulture will start unloading it. And, well, based on the amounts we saw, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So Vulture should have a slight advantage on the multiplier. After the unloading has been done, they collected about 4 to 5k more than Helm. I think Helm, took a slightly more than usual. And Vulture maybe a slightly lesser than usually the team who is playing up opposing side of the big hall. Belt has been stopped once again on the Helm side, 2.7. Vulture is on 1.3 currently, but there's no grain remaining for Helm at all. So we'll see how JK wants to play this time. Doesn't have the telehandler, can't really do any kind of Helm hurdle here. But he can just place these on the belt and wait until it will start moving. We'll drop a couple of those belts actually. I think that is actually intentional, so he'll just put that one in place and we'll wait for the belt to start moving in again. And Vulture meanwhile is just setting up the whole setup here next to the silos. I guess Hell will just go back on the field and start pressing some more bales.
Yeah, I didn't think Vulture were going to empty out and free up Helm's belt until they were ready to start getting bales on them themselves. The belt for Helm is really slow, so Vulture trying to score some extra, and yep, they do have the grain to do it. They have the multiplier in their favor, 2.1 to 1.9. Now they just need to press the bales and get them back. They are already at a deficit on that though, amazingly. So lots of work for Vulture to do. They really, really need to get pressing those bales.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Helm is that, that they are just so efficient, as we have said multiple times. So even if the other team has a slight upper hand on the multiplier, it's always very scary, because that's just a couple of bales, and then you can come over with that multiplier difference. So in a way, I mean, Helm is a very, very strong opponent on this kind of situations. And now Valtra is still leading though with 80 points. Exactly, Bale Withering is right here. We have 12 bales versus 4. So Helm definitely has the bale. So they're just putting them on the belt. I'm pretty sure there's a couple going in as we speak. The bale Wither is going to be picked by Helm as well. So Valtra will lose one. And now we can see Luca just only having one bale next to the belt. So this scares me. What Helm is going to do with all those bales? They have the time. They still have 2.5 minutes. So it's not about that they don't have the time to put them on the second floor. The belt is a little bit slow. So that could be a factor. But is that going to be big factor enough that it will actually turn the whole situation to Valtra? Honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's the thing. Valtra has a healthy lead at the moment, but they don't have the bales, and JK is stuck. He's disconnected from the baler. This could be really bad, though. That baler could easily flip under that bridge now into the water, and JK is so stuck. And with their belt being as slow as it is, he needs those bales on there, and that is 5 bales.
It's like above it. He's like completely stuck with it, and he wants to slide down.
Oh no! Oh!
I thought he was game which you play there, where you need to go under the stick, like at the beach parties. Yeah, limbo. So he's still having his own limbo. Yeah. And Wooler's gonna come and help. Not gonna get stuck with the bridge. So this is definitely a chance for Valtra. And now we'll see what Helm can do. Paul is gonna be coming from the safe route. This is gonna spice up things quite a bit because that is costing time for JK, is costing time for Wooler at the same time as well. 1 minute to go, and they will need to show their best to shove in those 12 bales which they have. Luca's gonna put one on the belt. There's gonna be more bales delivered to Valtra's belt. And this is going to be getting now complicated because Valtra has been catching up on the amount of bales at the same time as well. JK is coming up, and we'll see. That's going to go definitely in. That's going to be 21. There's going to be now more as Valtra was getting some more bales delivered right next to the belt. The gap is 75 points, and that mistake. I mean, I was still cheering for Helm. I mean, definitely. I mean, they in a way they had things under control, but now, after that mistake, they just lost so much of the time. Wooler doing a mistake as well. We don't see these unforced errors. Exactly, which Alex always mentions. And now they're doing them. So this is probably costing them the game.
That is, I don't think I've ever seen Helm lose by this many points.
Oh,
that's 130-point victory for Valtra, and that is amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing. We saw Helm trying to do something like a crazy.
For Valtra.
Yeah, we saw that Helm was trying to deliver like 4 bales at the end on the belt still, but they didn't get those.
Yeah. At five undelivered bales. How many bales were stuck with JK on that bridge? 5 bales. So yeah, a massive unforced error.
If they would have delivered those 5 bales, they would have been still about like a 10-point short though. But maybe they need to shove something on the bottom floor of the barn, so maybe that's the difference as well. You know, when it's not about just those 5 bales, also the whole rush and the need to put the bales on the bottom floor. But yeah, so it's 1-1. So Valtra definitely great job. So it's tied the series, and of course we will see the third match of the series in a matter of seconds or minutes. We'll see how long it's going to go for the players to connect back on the server. But I mean, Helm lost 1 game, so that's always like work. Like make a checkbox somewhere on the book.
It's one of those interesting things. I think we saw the power of Unstoppable in that game. Helm got held up at various points because they stopped their own belt. And we've seen teams lose because they've done this. With Unstoppable, you have to make sure your belt keeps moving. Otherwise, you put control of how many points you can score in the team of your opponents. And we saw Valtra take their time, load all their grain into their grain trailers, make sure that they weren't opening Helm up to score points until they were ready to score their own points. And causing your opponents to have delays is such a powerful thing you can do in the FSL.
Mm.
So yeah, kudos to Vultra playing a really disruptive, really great game. And as we've said for the last 3-4 seasons, that's how you beat Helm. That's how you beat this team. You disrupt them and you take control of the game yourself, and then you score points on your terms, and you get them to score points on your terms as well. Because if you do that, they start making mistakes, and we saw it with JK getting stuck on the bridge, with Wooler suddenly dropping bales off the side of the conveyor because they were under that pressure. They suddenly had the errors creeping in.
Mm. Under pressure. Well, anyways, we still have the third game, and of course, it's good to remember that the losing team will be just dropping on the lower bracket. So if Valtra is going to win the next one, it doesn't mean that Helm is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And then I think it's actually following the dream scenario what I had, that Helm might be going on the lower bracket and then kind of like trying to play back from there, because I think they are definitely one of those teams who are going to do it. But yeah, let's not go too far away with things. We still have one match on this series that we have to see, and then we'll know. Winner will go straight to the grand final, so that's for sure. So whoever's going to be winning the next game, Helm or Valtra, they will claim their spot on the grand final, and then the losing team is going to be fighting on the lower bracket from the second spot to get on the grand final. So there will be challengers coming from there, and actually we know that the next game is going to be New Holland versus Lindner. And then, of course, Valtra or Helm, whoever's going to be losing this one, will be playing against the winner of that match. But anyways, so now it is time for the third game, and the bans are coming in, and the captain picks are coming in as well. So maybe we'll see the Big Hole and the Unstoppable then going vice versa on the perks.
Yeah, I can't see the team picking Herbicide. I think we may see a reversal of the last game. It'll be interesting to see how Vultra handles the same setup the other way around.
Mm. Well, at least the bans are following the same pattern pretty much. No James is here, Manicho, we can expect a New Holland telehandler being banned by Vultra as well. Klaus Axion and Case Power Drive has been banned by Helm. So these are not really surprising choices, and I guess we can pretty much expect that it's going to be the Big Hole and the Unstoppable, just on the opposite sides on the teams, and then the perks for the players will be pretty much the same as what we have seen on the past as well. Valtra is playing with them, and both of them are playing, and actually Valtra will end up with Herbicide, so they don't want to play the Big Hole at all.
No.
This is interesting. I think this is the first time I see any other team than Lindner that play Herbicide.
I think going with Big Hole when you're up against Unstoppable is probably a mistake. We've seen lots and lots of teams end up in a bad way because of that. Because the Big Hole unloads so fast, it's very easy to end up with your belt stopped. And I think Vultra are correct to go with Herbicide. It will give them a good extra amount of grain that they can go up against Helm with, but at the same time, they're not going to be unloading at such a speed that they can't control things.
Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting, definitely. I mean, Vultra, as stated before by me, I think it's one of those like traditional teams, or teams that they really want to execute the strategy. They're doing a great job. They don't do much of the mistakes, but then they don't really do a lot of like experimental stuff, to be honest. So I really want to see, because I mean they wouldn't pick the Herbicide unless they would have been practicing for it.
Wooler's just lost the class combine.
And I mean, against the Helm, you just need to have your A game. So this is the A game for Vultra. I mean, if you need to show your A game, it's gotta be versus Helm. So yeah, there was a bit of a problem with the combine. We can see that Luca is coming to start to do the first bale. Wooler is very, very late, as we can see. So maybe the first bale is not going to go towards Helm this time. We haven't seen Vultra get those excellent first bales, but now it's going to be their time to shine. I mean, it's going to be. This is actually looking good. I want to see the clock because this could be like
Wow.
48 maybe if he's gonna toss that
Zora
in.
going for the flick,
It's
and he does it,
148,
and
so
it's
he's
a
gonna take that.
148.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
the biggest first fail so far for the whole weekend. So exactly when they need it, they will do it.
This is a complete reversal of the last two games. Voltra coming in, denying Wooler that big class combine and getting that advantage for themselves. Coming in with a massive first bail score that JK is going to be quite a way behind at 117. That's 30 points.
I think he didn't want to make any risks there. He did kind of like miss the 2 tosses on the previous matches, so maybe he just wants to be, taking the safer approach this time to guarantee the maximum amount of points.
Oh no!
And we do have a technical break. Somebody has disconnected from the helm side. And that is really unfortunate. And we seem to be getting back on the camera. So here we are.
They will. So what they'll do is they'll now try and reconnect that player. It will. And they will pick up exactly where they left off. So it won't be a case of a restart or anything like that. It should hopefully in the next 4.5 minutes pick up from there. I think if they're unable to reconnect in that time, then that might end up in Helm forfeiting the game, if I remember correctly. And if that's the case, then that would put Voltra through to the final and Helm into the losers bracket.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I don't want to go ahead of things. I mean, that is kind of like the dream situation for me. I mean, not saying that I don't like Helm playing, but I would really love to see how they challenge the upper bracket winner, which would be Valtra. So if Valtra goes to the final and Helm goes to the lower bracket, then we'll see, of course, what is happening at the lower bracket. But we know the fact that the lower bracket winner has to win 2 series. And if there's anybody who can do it, it is Helm, definitely. So kind of like have the rematch of a rematch. But okay, that's a different scenario. Anyways, we're waiting for the technical break to solve out. Waiting for the Helm player to connect. I don't think it really had much to do with the start of the game because we saw that Helm lost the battle, so maybe there was something, we don't know. But that's anyways, it's not going to be replayed as far as I can understand. It's going to be just a reconnection, and then it will continue where they left off. So kind of like this starting setup, the 31-point advantage towards Voltra, it should be staying.
Yep, it's and that's the reason it can't be restarted is because there is that massive advantage to Voltra at this point, and if it restarts, then that basically wipes that out and gives it a chance to come back and gives the chance for that to even up again. But I don't really want to see Voltra go through and Helm end up in the loser bracket this way. I'd much rather see both teams play it out, obviously, and get in there. We are hoping for that reconnection. So it's 2 minutes 20 on there, and hopefully they can reconnect and get back in the game.
Yeah, I think the rules that if
fantastic
the start
for
connect,
Voltra.
So if the player is not able to connect inside of that time, I think the game just continues with the players remaining. So you have that time. But if he's not able to continue, I think they will just continue. That's, I think, on the rules of the FSL, that on the online tournaments, if the player disconnects and is not able to reconnect inside the technical break time, I think they will just continue. I might be wrong, but that's what I remember from the last season. This is the first online tournament this season, so we haven't had this kind of an issue before. But I think that was the rule last season, and if it hasn't really changed, then it should be the same then. And we'll just have to wait and see what's going to be decided and what's going to happen. They have about
which will make it very hard.
What do you mean, that you cannot win with 2 players only?
I think it's very hard to win with 2 players only. I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Helm, but you're down a stacker and you're down 2 players and a forklift.
Yeah, maybe like an automated
Dear.
forklift. It's like just operating around the belt. Just bring the bales, and it's like a automatic lawn mover kind of a thing, which will just move the bales on the belt like
An auto stacker.
yeah, almost like that.
Oh dear.
Um, I did have a robot, a vacuum
40
cleaner.
seconds left.
Oh,
Oh,
but yeah, I did have a robot vacuum cleaner, and I was living in a house with 2 floors, and it decided to make a suicide, so it just dropped down from the stairs. So I don't
God.
trust the automated stuff. Who was doing the lawn moving or house cleaning at the time, because it was pretty sad. He just like decided to jump like phew, and he was gone. Geronimo.
One Helm player is still not back in the game. So they got 10 seconds. I don't think that player is going to make it back into the game. And
Yeah, so
yep.
we're just gonna continue.
So it restarts with 2 versus 3. So Vultra now at a big advantage here in that they've got an extra player.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if Helm can somehow come back from this one, being 31 points down, and 1 player down as well, I mean that is next to a miracle, to be honest. So yeah, we'll see how this is gonna go, and maybe he can still connect. I mean, he's still allowed to connect as soon as he can connect. We don't know what's the case there, so he might pop at the 5-minute mark, and then we'll see if that's gonna change things. But yeah, we'll just have to wait for it. But yeah, definitely looking good for Valtra. I mean, they had a great start. They had a great first bale, and now they do have 1 more player than the opponent. So I think it's pretty fair to say that they do have a good chance.
Yeah, and Muller now emptying that New Holland. They will switch from the New Hollands to the Class Combine. That makes sense because it has a bigger capacity, it has a wider cutter on it. It just makes more sense to switch over. Unless Muller isn't going to. No, Muller is going to continue on in that New Holland Combine. I was expecting that to get emptied and him to switch to the class.
Well, Helm is trying. They're definitely trying, but I mean, when you have like 1 player missing, so basically means that 1/3 of your workforce is away. And we know if you happen to work at the factory or at the farm, you know that it will affect the result and the performance for sure. So we'll see. I'm just kind of like hoping that I'll see somebody connecting there soonish. But I think it's 1.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes has gone already from the moment when he was disconnected. So I don't think it's gonna be any good anymore. So this will be hard. But let's just wait and see.
And we can see here that Vultra have not unloaded any grain. They're now doing it. They've got to be very careful not to stop their belts, because basically I can very easily see Helm not changing that, and we've got a second disconnected player.
Interesting. And it's gotta continue.
Oh, and
no, they all disconnected. They will
like
just forfeited it. I think they forfeited it.
It looks like Helm have forfeited. They yeah.
Doesn't make much of a sense. So they will accept the
yeah.
At least, I mean, of course, I'm still waiting for the official word from the admins, but I think that this means that they have forfeited, and it means that also Valtra has guaranteed their place on the grand final, and Helm will be dropping on the lower bracket, which is well, something we didn't probably expect, but it is doable. It's very unfortunate that it happens this way, that the player disconnects. Yep. But it is what it is, and this means that the next game which we're gonna see will be the Lindner versus New Holland, and the loser from that game will be dropping from the tournament, and the winner needs to face Helm, and then they will decide who's going to go as a second team to the grand final.
I think we're just waiting for confirmation that Helm have forfeit that second game. Yeah, 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 we're getting word that they think they forfeited, um,
And if they didn't, they
and
will
it's
not restart
unlikely
it.
we'll
So,
restart it. Yeah,
so, so yeah, that's a pretty done deal then. But
uh,
yeah, so that is
yeah.
the case. But it makes sense. I mean, they will realize that just doing 5, 6, 7 minutes of farming just with the two
Ah,
players, they can't really do it. But yeah, also there's
but
there's a suspicion
it
that
might
could
be
be a
because of a
server
server
issue.
issue. Yeah, so
Okay,
it
so I
may
guess
get restarted. We
yeah,
will
so
see what happens. What an interesting day in the FSL. What a dramatic game for that to happen in as well.
yeah. So now we're just
Um,
waiting. So no guarantees. So maybe it's a server issue, maybe it's a forfeit, or maybe they will restart the server. So we don't really know. So now we just have to wait for it. I would
yeah,
love to get a cup
we
of
will
coffee
see.
at this point, to be honest. But
Yes.
maybe we'll get a short break at some point, and I can go and do my coffee and enjoy that. But that's a
I
different
think
topic.
if we we'll know because we'll either go to a break in preparation for the New Holland Lintner game, or we will get a replay of or a restart of that final game. If it's
Yeah,
server
we
issue,
don't
if it
know.
is server issue, that is so unlucky for Vultra if that's a server issue because they were
Yeah, that's
doing
the thing. We just
really
don't
well in that
know.
last game.
Didn't we have? Did we have? No, it was on the previous series that we kind of like waited for the server between the second and the third game as well. I mean, I think we have been waiting quite a bit today. So there has been some other issues as well. So okay, let's wait for it. We don't have the official confirmation, so as soon as we get some information about it, then we'll let you guys know as well. So maybe we're just always going a little bit ahead of things, but yeah, the options are that it's a server issue, might be getting restarted, maybe it's a forfeit, or will not be restarted, and yeah, so we're just waiting for the
Yeah.
official confirmation. We have somebody typing on the chat, and hopefully we'll get some word from the production, and they are currently discussing about how they will proceed. Okay,
Okay.
what shall we discuss
Um,
about, Alex?
well,
How's your
I
day?
was
Like,
going to say
how's the weather?
don't forget that there is a giveaway today, guys. Exclamation mark giveaway on Twitter, on Twitch. We'll bring up the link. I don't know if the same command is there on YouTube. But yeah, if you want to enter, get into there. Taz, my cap. Actually, I can say this. So during the last break, I did find my hat. It's now on the back of my seat. But I was sitting on it. So when I got up, I discovered where it had gone. So
Maybe
yeah,
I need to get
but
some
decide
kind
not
of a
to wear it
cap
as a
as
result.
well. I do have some farming simulator caps, but I don't have any of them at the studio. But I will have. Let's see. I will take something which doesn't have any like a competing logo or anything like that. That I have to make sure. So maybe I'll find something, and then I can be like wannabe virtual farmer.
The reason not to just restart it, Brian, is because one team was at an advantage, and if you just restart the game, that advantage disappears. So yeah, you have to do it as a HP. What is that cap for?
Hello, my name is Virtual Copter. I'm farming simulator content creator, and I kind of like I want to look a little bit like a DJ Goham as well because he wears this kind of a cap
Yeah.
which are like more flat. Maybe I should put like a little bit like an NA style on the side, yeah, and I could be like a rapper at the same time as well. So peace down.
Fantastic. Oh, I got. Oh yeah. So the. Let's see if I can move out of the way here a bit. So that cap there, that was the green one there. That's the one I picked up at the Deutsche Fire Arena at FarmCon. So I've got a New Holland, a Deutz, and a John Deere behind my head, uh, which
Yeah, I
is
do have a
quite cool.
John
And
Deere
then
hat
there's
as
the
well from
what
yeah,
from
spot on.
FarmCon last year. Yeah, I got sent one because I was very lucky, and thank you for sending it to me. It was awesome.
Yeah, there was a lot of John Deere hats available on that event. Yeah, I got two of them actually. One for myself, and then one of my relatives who actually likes tractors very much. A little bit younger kid. I took one for him as well, and he was like so happy when he got the John Deere cap. So he was like, it was a highlight of his day.
I need to hit up my brother and get a class one, seeing as he's now working for them. That would be that'd be pretty cool. Add that to the wall of hats.
Oh yeah, there is Taz. Maybe you have the farming simulator straw hat. I don't, and I really hate that because it's so cool. On the previous broadcast with Kermit, we were just like swearing about it, that everybody was like, handing them out at Gamescom to everybody. I think they like gave out like hundreds of those, and I don't have a single one.
Yeah, but no, I don't have one of those either.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, but it was like I saw that they had like huge piles of those, and they were just like throwing it to the audience, giving it out. I think JK had like 5 of those probably on his head as I was watching the broadcast or something like that. So, and the sunglasses as well. But I mean, hey, come on! I live in Finland. I don't really need the sunglasses. It's pretty far on the north, and now we got the confirmation they're actually going to restart the game.
I should say, I've just seen him in chat back here in my caps. If I turn the right way, no, turn that way. There's Artsy Gaming's hat right there. No, towards me. There, that one there.
Yeah. Okay, we should be getting on the game, and then we can continue the cap discussion after that. But
yes.
I think everybody has their favorites, definitely, what they like as a cap. I don't really wear caps, to be honest. It's not really my thing. Maybe sometimes during the summertime I have one favorite cap, which is like it's white pink, and that's what I wear when I go to the beach.
Fantastic. I have a Luxor cap that I got from when I went to Vegas 15 years ago now, that I tend to wear out. So, yeah.
So when we run out of topics to discuss, we can start like comparing the swag. Yeah, I mean, needless to say, I don't have that much stuff from the farming simulator, but I do have a lot of swag from the other games that I have been commentating. So that's a different.
Yeah, most of my farm sim stuff is there.
Yeah. Okay, we should have the restart of the game starting in a matter of seconds, so we can end this discussion about the swag at some point. But but it's gonna be a game restart, so the whole third game is gonna be discarded, and they will start from scratch, as far as I understood. So maybe they then came up with the fact that it's a server issue instead of like an individual player or connection issue for the player. And maybe, I mean, if this goes this path, maybe Alex, you don't even have connection issues. Maybe it's something on the server side.
I don't think so. The amount of workarounds I've had to do to get things working. I need to buy some more cables and things so that next time I can just go, we can plug this in and everything will be fine.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. But anyways, yeah, the game is just starting. Oh, they are missing one more player, as we can see from the small picture down below, that they are still having some players missing. So anyways, the plan is to restart the game. So now the question is that when it's going to happen, and how it's going to happen, and will they be successful on it? But I'm pretty sure that they are. I mean, Alex, you work on IT as well. I mean, you have been doing some coding, if I remember correctly, so you can maybe understand this. Back in the day, maybe 20 years ago, we did have a problem with a server at the company where I was working. We actually owned a small data center, and we were hosting some services there, and we had some problems with one server that was crashing from time to time. Just without any excuse. And the only way was just like a complete hardware reset. There was no other way of doing it. And we needed to come up with a solution fast that's going to fix it, because it like fell down like once a month or something like that. So it wasn't like happening that often. So then I probably one of the most well, not the most clever ones, but maybe one of the ones that I'm regretting the most things was that I put another server facing it, and we had the CD trace, and I made a script which monitoring the server, and every time when the server failed, the CD tray came out and pressed the reset button of the server on the opposite side. Uh, that's a
Fantastic.
different thing. Now we have the third game starting, and I hope that these guys didn't have to do a similar thing to get the game running. So we can see Paul, JK, and Wooler, all three players from the Helm side connected, and of course on the Vulture side we have Søren, Lennox, and Luca. So now we can actually get back on the topic.
Here's what I'd really like to see is Vulture able to repeat what they had just done. To get that good start and get things running. I think it's going to be a difficult thing to do. That was one heck of an advantage they had at the start of that last game. So we'll see what they can do and see if they can come in and repeat things. I'm fully expecting us to have the same selections though going into this.
But imagine the roller coaster of emotions going on the Vulture side. I mean, they lost the one, then they won the second game quite surprisingly because of a mistake, which we don't see that often from Helm. And then they had a great start, and now kind of like that has been taken away. So they must be going through all kinds of feelings currently. Being happy, being disappointed. I guess the one thing in common is because these players, they have been playing online or offline. They know each other. They have spent some time at the events as well. So they know each other as well. So I think everybody wants to have a fair game. So I don't think that's a problem. But just saying that you gotta feel something when kind of like the results are going up and down, and you don't know for certain what's gonna happen next.
Here we go. Not expecting the combines. The combines, everything, of course, not in the same place. Different selection of combines as well. Teams.
Okay, there we go. The battle for the path. Luca is pretty slow with the start. We can see Helm actually getting a super good start with the speed. We can see that the New Holland Baylor is going to be taken by Helm. We can see Wooler running here in the votes, got to go for the pads. Let's see what he's going to be snatching at. But that's
he's after that class combine.
He lost something. Yeah, he lost something. So it's going to be Vulture claiming something. Okay, we'll just have to wait and see. It is a little bit unclear how they will go from here. But Luca is going to go and start to make the straw. We can see Søren following. I will start pressing that first bale. Wooler is in position. JK is in position. So this is looking to be a pretty even start, and both teams, I mean, Vulture is definitely closer, that we can see already from here, and Søren actually seems to have a better first bale, unless of course something happens with the bridges or maybe with the toss. I don't think that JK is that far behind, and Søren will make that toss for about 140. But he's gonna miss that one. He's gonna miss that one.
This is definitely
so far away.
Start for Vulture.
It's so far away, and he needs to drive that in. Let's see, JK.
This is
with the bale. He's coming. He's coming with the bale, and it's gonna be pretty much tied, to be honest. 126. I held maybe 120, depending. Maybe a 118. I don't know, but it's gonna be around that ballpark. 117. So that is a 9 points of a difference. So Vulture will still win it, but nobody gets a perfect start.
And that's the thing. So it's Vulture definitely not having as strong a start as they had that last game. They've got the New Holland combine instead of the big class combine that they had, and they've not got such a strong advantage in the first bale either. It is going to be a harder fight, but they are coming in with a little bit of an advantage at the moment.
Okay, so the start is there. At least everybody's connected. Everything seems fine. For the moment at least. So, well, let's wait and see how it's gonna proceed here. But looking at the pictures here, we can see that they're pretty much like executing the same strategies for the moment. Of course, they have different perks. Remember that Vulture has Herbicide. That is something we haven't really seen from them on the past. So let's see how they want to play this down. And yeah, so now we just wait for it about 1 minute 50 seconds for the setup, next set of drops. And yeah, we can see that also there was Helm, of course, picking a drop, which is herbicide. So they still have that for 30 seconds. So they are kind of like, you know, catching up a little bit on Valtra on that.
And you can see Helm laying their strategy for later in the game. They are cutting all of the wheat as close to the barn as possible. It's one of the ways in which they get so many bales pressed and back so quickly at the end is because they position themselves so well in the early stages of the game.
Well, there we go. The first deliveries of grain. So the first moves are here. No bales for Helm though, so they can't really utilize the multiplier for the moment. Maybe they are starting to do something about it. But yeah, so that is the first delivery. 2.6 for them. But the we have seen lately, I would say, that the teams are, you know, doing more of these like early small deliveries of grain, and then they'll just go out and collect more. So they will, you know, put something out, and then they will collect more because they don't otherwise have the space, you know, whoever's responsible from it. So that is what we have seen, and that is exactly happening with Helm this time as well. I mean, they had 40 something, and now they are collecting more, so they are on 51. Ultra is pretty much full with the grain soonish, so they can't really take that much more anymore. Yeah, exactly. Right now they're gonna stop at 64, just a little bit below. I think it's exactly the same number, by the way, which they had on the first game. I think it was like a 63.7, and I think I rounded that up, and it was like maybe 20 liters less. And they know for sure that they cannot afford to you know, miss any of that. Bridge is lowered and raised, so nothing that disruptive.
I think this is the thing. Helm go out there and they look to get extra grain, whereas Valtra is just parking everything up and trying to do and trying to just sort of position themselves here to deliver everything in one go. Helm's tactic seems to be a little bit better to me, because even if they end up with the grain multiplier on the next bit, they still have that initial bit of boost to them. And yeah, look at this. They are in there. They've only got to get one combine in position. They've got the bigger combine there if they need to do it. And they never have a player sitting around not really doing anything for too long. It's a great use of time as well as a great use of grain.
So yeah, it's gonna be pretty even with the multiplier, so we can see that both teams are now unloading. Maybe 2.1, I would say, for Helm, so they will slightly win it. Not by much, but a little bit. That's what I'm expecting. But it's actually, will it be 2.2 still? It will be 2.2, and they have a super fast belt as well. So that's pretty good for them, actually. And I think that the grain game is gone, so 4 minutes to go. The bale counts are pretty much the same. So, you know, 9 points between them. So with, let's say 10, we don't even need 10 bales, like 3 bales. 3 bales delivered, and kind of like the difference between the first bale delivery is gone. If Helm is, you know, delivering. So 4 points per bale, only 2 point something bales. You can do the math, Alex. But yeah, so yeah, this is good, definitely for Helm. And now it comes down to the efficiency. But one thing which Helm cannot do, JK can't be hanging on that bridge anymore.
And Luca coming across there very gingerly. We've got, yeah, it's less than 5 bales that Helm have to deliver to force Valtra to have to deliver an entire extra bale, which is a huge hill to climb when Helm have a fast belt and can produce as many bales as they do. Yeah, Valtra has ended up very much on the back foot in this game.
Yeah, they have 4 bales more, and that is about, well, when you count the points, the difference is actually like 3 bales on the points. So it's pretty close. This will be a close one. So no mistakes are allowed, definitely. I don't think that Helm can recover from another mistake if it's something similar which JK did on the second game. And of course, Valtra, they can't afford any mistakes either. So this will be a pretty close one, to me, it seems. I mean, usually we know that Helm is very efficient on the end game, but so is Valtra. So this could be one of those games when we are like, drilling the last final seconds, and one bale dropping from the belt can make the difference. So this is actually, yeah, it's gonna be close. Maybe Helm has a slight advantage, and they do have a slight advantage, but I think that there's still a pretty good chance, because how I have been following the stats lately has been that Valtra was pressing bales at a quite decent speed just a minute ago. So now it comes down to the final delivery. But yeah, all these 4 points per bale more, it's just adding up all the time. And it should be like 40 points coming more from the remaining amount of bales, and now Helm has somehow turned the whole advantage on bales for them as well. So this will be very complicated for Valtra now.
This is the incredible thing. You saw it then, just how good Helm are at getting bales back to their barn, and why that error on the bridge in the second game was so disruptive to them. It's because there's always bales sitting there for Wooler to get on the belt, and they rarely have a big stack of bales sitting here ready to go, because they never have to have their stacker go out and get bales.
Yeah,
bales are just constantly coming in.
Yeah, just 45 seconds to go though. The situation, the gap is pretty much the same. I think Valtra has been doing some good job to kind of like keep up with the speed. JK, you can't afford these anymore. Maybe this is the reason why JK hasn't been on the server on the previous tournament. Maybe they have benched him, and now it's his time to kind of like redeem his plays on the team. Or he's been just doing the strategies. But yeah, they're still leading. But this is looking good. They have the advantage on the bales. They're getting them on the belt. There's 15 seconds to go. They have all the bales next to the belt as well. And there shouldn't be a way, there shouldn't be a universe where Valtra can win this anymore, as we only have 5 seconds to go. The gap is about 60 points. There's 1 bale remaining, so there's no way that Valtra can come back from this one. And Helm, in the end, even all the struggles on the second game, the struggles with the connections and with the servers, they will still find a way to win the third match of the series and claim the series 2-1. So it will be close,
and there you go. There's the bale multiplier difference. Only 1 extra bale in the top for Helm, and exactly the same number of bales produced, but 100-point score difference. That is.
But there was that 5k more grain, so there was 68k for Helm, 63 for Valtra.
And that's the thing, and that is purely Helm tipping grain out earlier on, and then going out getting more grain in off their combines, and then only having to empty 1 combine at the end. It means that the combine, the second combine that they have, can stay out there and get more grain for longer. So as a result, they have more grain. They get a better multiplier. They win the match when they have an equal number of bales like that. It is a masterful display of how to disrupt your opponents from Helm, because they are so very good at doing it.
And we're gonna go for a break. We'll be right back after the 5-minute countdown.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third tournament of the FSL's fifth season. I am joined here by Copter, and that was quite a set of matches, or a set of games that we just saw between Vultra and Helm, wasn't it?
It was definitely a quite long series, and unfortunately, some connection issues or server issues. We don't know what was the cause, but the admins did have a look on that one, and they made the decision based on the information which they had. So that is the case. So Helm has made their way to the grand final, and Valtra is now on the lower bracket, so they're not out. They are still on the game, but the journey to win the third tournament of the season will be definitely a longer and more complicated one. So first of all, we should be having the team. So what do we have? New Holland versus Valtra. Or am I missing something? Yeah, New Holland
No,
versus
New
Valtra.
Holland versus Lintner.
Oh yeah,
Holland versus
that needs to
Lintner
be placed first. Yeah, that is not yet played.
Yes.
So we have New Holland versus Linde. Completely right on that one. That's why I was a little bit like maybe. and then the winner from there will face Valtra, and then the winner from there is gonna go to the final. So we still have 3 teams who can actually reach the grand final. And well, because Helm stays on the upper bracket, if they won the grand final, well, then they win the grand final. But the team coming from the lower bracket needs to win it twice because of the double elimination bracket. So that's not an easy journey. So we'll see who's going to be going and where. A lot of great teams. I mean, Lindner, New Holland, Valtra, and Helm. So this is maybe, I would say, yeah, it's closer to the last season than what we had before. Now we have the replays. And let's focus on the JK's mistakes here. Because we don't see those that often. We can see that there was a bit of an issue for Valtra at the start of the first game. JK missed 2 swings like this, and then he just came for the second pass, the kind of like the victory lap. And this was Lennox who was hanging here. I don't know if the connection.
And that's the point at which the Failtastic happened. Of course, for Vulture as well. Our attention taken there, and it's Failtastic happening behind it.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's the second toss from JK, and then he does another victory lap, or lap of honor. Maybe that's the right way of calling it. And this is how the whole situation originated. We didn't see this from the start. And yeah, then he was hanging like a monkey from that bridge. But he got away. It cost them the second round though, but still he got away.
And Muller coming in and cleaning up those bails. Yeah, a good advantage here for Vultra in the second game. Just playing it so well.
Oh, there we go.
In the final game.
The highlights.
Yes.
But yeah, so Helm proceeds, and now, I mean, Lindner versus New Holland. So New Holland has been, as mentioned today, as mentioned yesterday, they have played 4 matches in total already. They played the first round, they lost versus Just Attractive, and then they have won 3 matches on the lower bracket. So I think they have a good streak. I mean, Lindner has a good streak as well, so I'm not going to take anything away from them. But if you ask from me, I think that New Holland has been looking pretty strong, especially today on the previous game. So interesting. This will be interesting to see, because I mean, I have set, at least to myself, some expectations to New Holland now that, they are back in the old form. They're doing great. Lindner, I don't think honestly that Lindner has been as strong as they were on the last tournament. I haven't seen that kind of joyful gameplay that is full of surprises, which we saw in the last tournament. Of course, it might have something to do that we don't see the live reactions of the players, so that is of course something as well. And of course, the reactions from New Holland players, they were not so cheerful on the last tournament. So yeah, I do have some expectations for this match. I'm expecting that if New Holland really has found the pace, then I think they should be doing well. But we don't know. We haven't seen these teams to face off, and both teams definitely has a chance. So, but yeah, I would say that if they win Lindner, then it's a bit of like a confirmations what I think of them at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree. New Holland have not had the strongest start to the season. They, as you said, they went out a little bit earlier uh, in the last FSL. In fact, they would have gone out earlier in this FSL if not for the new double elimination bracket. You know, we have they were beaten by Just a Tractor in their first game this weekend. And they've managed to come back and in fact beat the people who beat them in their first round. They beat Just a Tractor in order to get to here. So yeah, Lintner is going to be an interesting opponent for them. They're not quite as strong as we have seen them in the past, but they are still a team capable of coming up with some really interesting tactics that have massively disrupted teams in the past. So I'm not quite prepared to count them out. I think it's going to be an interesting match. This I think it could be quite close, or New Holland is going to turn around and do something that they've been doing quite a bit recently, and just dominating that grain game. They're very good at doing that, and if they do that, they could very easily win this.
Yeah, it's I mean, like I said, it's both teams have a chance. New Holland, I think they have been playing. I think there is something surprising on their game currently. It's not that they're just statically like doing the strategy, and I think how they have played the game, they have had some really good moments so far. It's not like just all static, so there's like ups and downs, and if they can just find the ups. And Lindner on the other side, I think they had that kind of a tournament on the second tournament of the season, and they have been like more static. So it's like the styles are a bit of a mixing up. So I don't really know what to expect. I'm just happy for either one of the teams that if they win the game. I think it's going to be pretty close. That's what I'm expecting. So that is for sure. It's going to be a close series, and there's no way of guessing it. So both teams have a chance.
I think very much. Both teams, of course, this is their last the last possibility for them in this tournament. They go out now, then they are out of the tournament. There are no second chances here. So I think that quite often having your back against the wall like that can really cause you to pull stuff out that you otherwise might not have. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, players are connecting as we speak. We can see it on the smaller screen down below, right next to Alex. Let's say that is Alex's screen.
Yes.
So we can see on his screen that the players are connecting, and well, as soon as we have the players on the server, we're ready to start the series. But well, they will take that screen away. But that's not a problem. So again, best of threes.
Don't forget to enter today's giveaway for a copy of the Oxbow pack. ! Giveaway if you are on Twitch. We'll bring up the link. I'm not sure if there is a similar command on YouTube. But I'm sure if we ask nicely, the admins over on YouTube might place the link in there for us as well. But yeah, go check that out as we go into the first game of Lintner versus New Holland, and we enter the ban and pick phase.
Yeah. Well, I'm still expecting to see the telehandlers being banned. There they are, right as we speak about it. I mean, closer we go to the games, when the teams are, wondering that they might face Helm at some point, the telehandlers are banned. We don't see that happening usually. Let's say that Helm plays on the one of the matches on the round one, and these teams are playing on some other matches. We don't really see it there. But when we get closer to a situation that they can actually face Helm, depending, of course, from the bracket, I think then we start seeing the telehandlers being banned more and more, because we have seen Helm to do pretty amazing stuff with them from time to time, which unfortunately we haven't seen the other teams replicate. We have seen New Holland sometimes to do something with them, and that's probably the reason why Lindner is also already banning them. But yeah, so big hole versus big hole, and this is actually pretty common starting setup. I don't know if it's something what the teams actually have practiced for, or maybe it's let's get this big hole out of the way kind of a thing.
I am slightly surprised that neither team saw the other going for big hole and went, right, we'll go for unstoppable. Because it is the best way to cause the other team to mess up on and take control of the game when they're using big hole is to use unstoppable. You cause them to have to be very careful how much they deliver, and then if they deliver too much, you have control of when their belt works and when it doesn't.
Yeah, that has been very popular. But we have seen like teams to play bottleneck also versus the big hole. So I agree on the fact that the unstoppable is definitely usually the way to go. But we have seen bottleneck to win big hole as well, and of course we have seen big hole to win big fall. So I think the teams are learning new things all the time, and the unstoppable was really the thing to do, especially last season. I think at the start of the season as well, and now I think teams are like trying different things out. But anyways, so the first bale, we're gonna go for the hunt for the challenges on the pads, and then we'll start doing the first bale as well. And we can see New Holland actually they have a slight lead at least in the distance, and Tita will claim case, so Zerzerus will be late from it, and he needs to run away for the second pad, and that's going to be quite far away though. So this is a great start for New Holland, at least on the combine side of things. We didn't see what happened with the Bailers, but I'm expecting that they do have them as Apollo is on the different pad as well. So there we go, Tita and L Rhodes. I mean, perfect colors as well, everything in red. So if these guys know anything about fashion, it's nicely also fitting to their team colors and everything. So it's really really nice whole red army. And El Rhodes is already getting above the bridges, and I want to see the clock we should be getting in the matter of seconds. It's gonna be 140.
Oh, it's a good time.
147 maybe. 148.
Oh, fantastic!
So a very good first bale.
That equals the best first bale that we've seen today. Very good start from New Holland here.
Yeah, and we haven't yet seen a bale from Lindner. There we go. Apollo is coming. The first set of drops is already coming. And let's see how he can't even use the other bridge. Has to go from the safer route. And yeah, this is gonna be pretty bad actually. 108, 7 maybe. Let's see, maybe 6. We don't 108. So around that ballpark. Yeah, around that ballpark.
That's a 40 bale 40-point advantage. 2 full bales at the standard multiplier. That is harsh.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game would be already done if it would be a 40 bale difference. That's 800 points. Like, okay, not gonna happen in 10 minutes. How fast did you exactly deliver the first bale? Oh, it was like a 1.2 millisecond. That's a different topic. But yeah, big hole versus big hole. So we can see the Mac trucks being started. And then the grain collection starts, and this is really a good picture what we have here now, as we can once again see that L Rhodes, how much far ahead he is, because they are more or less doing the same strategy. So he already completed this phase which Apollo is now doing with Silas, collecting the grain and then moving away. So that's pretty much usually equivalent of the time spent with the first bale, unfortunately. So if you're 20-30 seconds off, then you're gonna be 20-30 seconds off with this phase as well. And then kind of like, so you have to come up with something on the mid game to like counter that whole lost time with the first bale, plus the points as well. So it's not just the points, it's also the time that you lose.
Already now getting into pressing bales. We've got less than a minute left until the second drop hits. 2 bales ahead for New Holland, 3 bales ahead for New Holland. This is a good start for them. Apollo only just getting in to start pressing bales now. That's a great game.
It's looking very good for New Holland. The thing is that what I'm trying to understand, like what they're actually doing differently than what they did on the previous two tournaments, because it just didn't work out for them. And they had pretty good strategies last season. I think this is a pretty good strategy, which they currently do as well. So, and I don't know what got them so lost on the first two tournaments. Maybe that's not the right word. I don't want to like talk any bad things about the players, but we just have to face the facts that they didn't deliver when we expected. And now when I see that they're kind of back in the form, at least on my books, maybe I'm going ahead of things once again. But this is looking very good for them. I'm just like wondering what happened. So if you happen to be a New Holland player, you want to open up things, just feel free to message me anytime. You can find me from the FSL Discord. If you want to tell me something, feel free to message. Because people, they want answers. And I'm pretty sure that New Holland, they have identified what went wrong.
Grain multiplier dropping in at the 6-minute mark. They have 50 seconds to collect it. I wonder if... I would guess both teams are going to leave it till the last second to pick this up. Neither wants to tip the hat to the other team.
Yeah, the thing is that Lindner has...
a trailer.
Yeah, Lindner has 1.8 and New Holland has 1.5. And they have about the same amount of grain. So about 60k, so that's gonna be about 90k for New Holland, and it's gonna be way more. That's like that is
Jeez,
fast.
do you see the speed that moved?
Yeah, I mean, if you have seen the comics series Flash, the guy who's like super fast, so I think that's pretty much the same. I mean, New Holland, that's like reasonable. And a lovely X-ray from the production team, by the way, as they at the same time just unloading it. But yeah, so and now they have done it. So look at the look at it, 2.4. So that is the 1.8 multiplier doing the job. Because I didn't do the calculations yet, but I will do it right now. So yeah, about 60k, 1.5. So yeah, that's about 90k. But then when we do it with the 1.8, that's like a 108k, about maybe a little bit less.
Time for New Holland to get a combine up there and get some grain into that trailer, because quite honestly, that is not a multiplier that is gonna win this. And
the only reason why New Holland got the worst, I mean, the whole multiplier change was because the first bail. So Lindner just, didn't do a good first bail, and then it was like a huge for the multiplier for the grain multiplier. So yeah, and 2.4 for them. And well, the belt isn't the fastest for Lindner's side, but I think it's decent because his editors actually they have still 3 minutes. New Holland, you said about the getting a combine. So they have 18 bales, so they're slightly leading on the bales. So they maybe could have do something about it, but I still think that it's like just simply too late, unfortunately. And now if Lindner gets the Lord Baylor as well, that's gonna be even worse for New Holland because the L Road's coming up. So that is a good sign for New Holland. The New Holland, they had a great start, but now at least any advantage which they had is gone. And 8 points per bale, that's a lot of points. I mean, that's like 1/3. Because 24, 16,
New Holland just have to deliver so many more bales to keep them to keep Lindner at bay.
Yeah, they definitely have something to do. So this grain multiplier really worked for Lindner. I can't really say that it was calculated, because I don't think it was. I think they got a little bit lucky with it. I mean, of course, they knew that they have less points, so yeah, the multiplier can be better. But still, that's pretty much, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 minutes to go. I mean, New Holland is still in the lead, but the bale count is pretty much the same. Tita collecting, wants to get the third one on the fork as well. There they go. All the bales, well, not all of them, but all three of them are going to be delivered. And Cercerus, I mean, hasn't done any mistakes. We saw that earlier this day. He was like stuck on a tree at some point, and I think he had a bit of a problem, I think, with the gates at the start as well. So now a flawless round I haven't seen a single mistake from the Linus side so far. So they missed the challenges at the start and didn't get the greatest start with the first bale, but after that they have been just delivering like they should, and now they're leading with 100 points. Yes, they do have 8 bales less, but New Holland with 16 bales, they need to come up with something. They can't really do a combo at this point because the flow of bales from the Lindner side is just happening all the time. Sergio's got dropped 1 bale, not huge, not for the current situation. So yeah, it's 45 seconds. There's no way that New Holland will get all the bales on the second floor.
That multiplier has just gone so far into Lindner's favor. It's incredible. There are lots and lots of bales still left here for New Holland, and New Holland are just trying to get as many of them on this belt as they can. They are trailing by over 100 points. Lindner do not have the bales there anymore. 166 points in it, 150 points in it. There's not enough time here for New Holland to get these bales in. It is going to go Lindner's way. And wow, that match seemed to be going very much the other way right up until that multiplier hit.
Yeah, New Holland, they delivered more bales. They had, 2 undelivered bales, but it would have not changed the final score because the gap is like 118 points. And but look at the delivered grain with multiplier. So that's where you have it. That's like like a 27,000 case more. Well, not 27,000 case. That's way too much. But 27k more. So the caster match sometimes a bit challenging, but that's the key. I mean, they had a comfortable start, New Holland. They didn't do any mistakes, to be honest. But then the grain multiplier really hit them, and I don't think that at that point there was nothing they were able to do. Maybe I mean we have seen Lindner to kind of like lean on these alternative strategies. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually would have been waiting for that multiplier, knowing that it will work for them pretty nicely if it will come.
That's the thing. That is the one downside to getting a really dominant first bale, is that it does mean that the game then targets you a little bit with the multipliers. Seeing in the comments, New Holland destroyed by an unfair multiplier. Yes and no. New Holland was so far ahead in that first bale, had such an advantage after that first bale. That's why the multiplier went against them, because at that point they were the team with a massive advantage. All Lindner did was take full advantage of that advantage, and we saw it in the amount of grain that they delivered. They delivered more grain under that multiplier than New Holland did. And that's why they had such a huge advantage. So I would challenge the unfair aspect of that. I think that was Lindner taking advantage of the advantage they'd been given to get the multiplayer really deep in their favor.
Definitely. And the amount of grain otherwise, I mean, at the time when the multiplier came, they had about 58k maybe of grain. So I would say that it was a normal strategy for the for the big haul, because we have seen now teams like collecting more, about 60 to 70. And I don't even want to think about it if they would have played the strategy the way that they have, like 65k or something of grain in store with that multiplier. So it could have been even more devastating. But a little bit unlucky for New Holland, but it is the game. These are the rules, and that's how you play it. It is the same for everybody. That's the usual excuse in all of these matters. And now, of course, we still have the second and maybe the third game of the series remaining, and we'll see. But I mean, great round from Lindner. I mean, no mistakes at all. And like I said, that we have seen more stable Lindner, not doing that much of any crazy stuff as we have seen on the past, and it seems that they can play that game as well.
Yep, absolutely. And And it is, as saying earlier, it is taking advantage of how it falls for you. So we will see now if Linda can repeat this or whether this is going to go to a third game in this match as we enter the picking and banning stage. New Holland to ban first this time, and they've taken the Terror track off the board straight away. Expecting both telehandlers to go from Lindner. There's the first one. And there's the second. And then I think New Holland are going to ban the John Deere, the large John Deere 8R. And yep, there we go. They're banning that as well.
Yeah. I'm trying to like figure out the points for the first bales, and you always know the bans. I think it's a good balance. Unstoppable versus bottleneck, so they don't want to go perk to perk. They want to spice things a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Why not? This has been happening.
I think that's a good choice from New Holland.
There's somebody asking on the chat, does anybody know if Wooler is single? I don't know, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you tag JK on the chat, so he's a teammate of him, so I'm pretty sure that, or maybe just send like a private message to JK, maybe with pictures, and you'll get an answer.
So yeah, no real surprises at the moment. We've got two front loaders and a large tractor for New Holland, and two large tractors and a front loader for Lindner. So New Holland very much going for a Trelleborg style, not a Trelleborg, a Helm style strategy here.
Yeah, let's see how this is gonna go. But yeah, we don't see any huge challenges. Apollo's gonna take it the safe way, and we'll see how this is gonna go from here. But the yeah, Apollo gets the baler, the class baler, which he wanted, and yeah, I think this is gonna be. I mean, New Holland, they didn't struggle with the first bale on the previous game, so I don't really expect that they're gonna struggle with it this time as well. I don't think that they will count that there's going to be another great multiplier going to be Lindner that bad, and of course we're not expecting that Lindner will have a bad first bale. Actually, Apollo is already leaving behind from Zezer, so he should be pretty well on time. And let's see, they are about even. Maybe El Rose having a slight advantage, as we can see when they're crossing that bridge. And it's going to be less than 140, maybe 138 or 9. 139, and for Lindner that's gonna be like a 130, I don't know, 2-ish, 102, 131. So yeah, that's an 8-point difference. So definitely not as big of a gap as it was earlier. So 8
yeah,
points.
Yeah, it's going to be much less advantage to Lindner this game in the drops. We will see how that falls. And the first drop is a speed limit versus a direct delivery at a 1.5 times multiplier. I don't know which side we're looking at here. Team that is.
Yeah, at least there's gonna be all the disruptive drops available on the second batch of the drop, so we know that the great multiplier, silo close, and base multiplier, they are still available. So yeah, this will make things interesting, definitely. I mean, the multipliers, yes, but the scores are pretty much even. So yeah, the grain multiplier, if that's gonna hit, it's not gonna be having as much impact as it had on the previous game. Then of course the bale multiplier is really about how the teams are playing the game. So will they be pressing some bales and do that? Will they have some bales to deliver? We saw earlier, was it New Holland actually? Yeah, it was New Holland who scored 120 points on the mid game with the bale multiplier. So that is completely doable in this situation as well. Or was it actually Lindner? They were just playing with the red colors at the time. So we have seen that happen.
That 40 bale points for 3 bales. 120 points off 3 bales was just crazy.
Yeah, that was a good amount of points, definitely. Nice chunk of points. And so Apollo going to the silo. I don't know if he wants to do something with the multiplier or is it just like starting to build the setup. I think he wants to start to build the setup, but I might be wrong as well. You never know from these guys. I mean, sometimes they just come here and start pouring a little bit, and then the other chance is that they will just start, building the setup. And this seems to be the case this time, that they're just starting to build the setup.
And this is where you see the difference in strategies between Helm and almost every other team. Every other team will go in there and they will build the setup. Helm will go and empty a load of grain, go and make sure they get more grain, so they have more grain than the team they're playing against, and then go and build their setup using only one other combine.
Well, just 40 seconds, then we'll see the drops. So that is, of course, affecting how they want to play this. And the amount of grain, once again, New Holland 64. And I think Lindner will go about the same. Will they stop there? I think it's going to be, it's like a 300 liters of difference, or, well, about 330 something. But anyways, very close by. So the strategies are definitely following the same pattern. We can see Tita moving the combine as well, right next to the silo. And the drops are coming in a couple of seconds, and then we'll see what kind of a fun action we're going to be having on the second half of the game. Nothing really. Bale drop and pitch is raised. So no fun. The fun is denied, completely denied. We don't have any fun here anymore. So maybe I'll just need to put my DJ Goham hat on me, and then I'll have my own fun. But that's a different topic. But the nothing that is disrupting. The teams can just continue, and usually this means that the end game is going to be quite hectic, as nobody will really get a huge advantage on the mid game, especially when they start unloading exactly at the same time. So we can see that it's probably going to stay like 2.0 on both sides. There could be some moments when somebody's like struggling a little bit to get the grain out of the vehicles. So yeah, like for now example, Lindner will have 2.2 for a while before the New Holland has made the adjustments. We have a bale drop being picked by Lindner, so that is at least something. But this seems to go all the way down to the final second bale delivery battles. And looking at the stats currently, I think that New Holland, they are definitely leading on the bales. They still have more grain, so they can like even out the multiplier. So I'm expecting that they're gonna both end with 2.0, and then they just have like a battle of the stackers.
It kind of feels like New Holland have been waiting for Lindner to leave their grain drop-off point, or making them wait to even things up until they were ready. So taking control of this game as a result. And now that things are beginning to even up a bit, I think that, it's not quite. Wow. 300 liters. Oh no, I was going to say it's made all the difference. No, they had a few liters sitting in a combine waiting to be emptied.
Yeah, but the belt
what does Sixth Sense
speed of the belt, that's huge.
What does Sixth Sense activated mean? Sixth Sense activated tells us where the drops are going to hit. So we can see on the map now and on screen where the drops can hit.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of Alex's tinfoil cap.
And you can see the purple points on the map where it's appearing, and there it is, bale withering of a single bale for both teams, because both teams are a little bit close.
But yeah, I mean, after all those deliveries, I mean, the multiplier is exactly the same, but the Lindner has double the speed on the belt, and that's actually a pretty big thing, especially when it comes to these final second stacking battles. So it is all about that. What did I say? Like 300 something liters, and it's like a double amount for the belt. But New Holland has been scoring some bales, but if you look at the stats of the bales, the gap is like 2-3 bales, so it's about the same amount as the amount of points. New Holland is slightly leading. I think they have like a 1 or 2 bales more compared to the point situation. and 2 minutes to go. And now they are exactly tied with the bales, 60 points to divide them. So yeah, it will go all the way down to the final minute. So Lindner needs to come up with something if they really want to win the second game of the series and proceed all the way to face Valtra to fight from the spot on the grand final. So that still needs to be done. Because the Tita, Cygnus just delivering the bales. They do have plenty of them. And I'm pretty sure once again that they cannot get all of them on the second floor, but they just have to use the bottom at some point. They have 6 out of 10 for the combo, by the way. And Cercerus is not that much in a hurry. We saw 2 players from the New Hollands that actually operating around the belt, so they might have a chance. But there we go. One bale is going to go more inside. It's going to be 7 out of 10 currently, and it's actually for the Lindner side, not for the New Holland side. And that's actually, those are the required bale. Oh, no! They're going to fall off. They're going to fall off. It could have been a bale-tastic, my friend. But those 2 bales will fall down. Unfortunately, I think there was a counter effort from the New Holland side as well, so I'm not sure if it would have been succeeding or not, but now we will never know, because there was 7 out of 10 and those 3 bales were actually on belt.
And look at this now, New Holland using the same tactic as Helm, bringing in bales, having bales there all the time, and a stacker who can stack them up, but bales falling off New Holland's as well. Yeah, and it's really close, 35 seconds to go, and Lindner are in the lead again.
They have taken the lead, they are leading by 42 points now. Of course, they are still like having less bales, but New Holland is not really getting the job done. I mean, they haven't been able to deliver the bales with the speed that we were expecting. Okay, some of them did drop down because it's some being shoved on the first floor. 10 seconds to go. Tita wants to put all these
Tita's got to get up there. Got to get those bales in.
The thing. He needs to go inside. You have to do it. It's gotta go. It's not enough.
That was not enough.
Oh, heartbreaking. How many bales New Holland will have undelivered? And that's gonna be 5, and they're gonna lose by 12 points. They are out. They are out of the tournament. And Lindner will be facing Valtra on the lower bracket final.
Oh, that was just slightly too late. If he'd put those 3 bales in the bottom, that would have won it for them, rather than trying to drive up the conveyor. Heartbreaking.
Well,
wow.
If we go back in time about 10 minutes, I said that this looks like to be a battle where they are fighting on the last seconds from the final bales to get inside of the barn. And it was exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, I am impressed. Lindner controlled that really, really well. No big mistakes from either team. And yeah, they just delivered more bales, or delivered for more points. Absolutely fantastic game from them.
Yeah, there was a moment definitely when New Holland was in the lead, but they just somehow lost it on the mid game, and then getting too many bales around the barn, not delivering them, that's not going to work. Anyways, so we have seen this game. I think we have another break coming up, and that's going to be about 5 minutes. So we'll be right back, and then we should be seeing the next game. So wait there, we'll be right back. Welcome back. It is time to settle the second team who's going to advance all the way to the grand final. So we have the lower bracket final coming up. We have Valtra who dropped versus Helm from the upper bracket, and then we do have Lindner who just won the previous game. So that's going to be our next match. We're going to be still seeing the replays, of course, from this New Holland versus Lindner game, which we just witnessed. And oh boy, what an ending we had there. New Holland so close to guarantee, well, not to guarantee, but to get the second round under their belt and kind of like force the whole series on the third game. But it just didn't happen. I want to know like how many meters he was short by delivering those 3 bales which he had on the fork.
I mean that is the incredible thing about it, is that it was those 3 bales were the difference between winning and losing that game for New Holland. And you could see he was actually stopped by the bale that was already on the belt. And I think the bale that was already on the belt scored, and the 3 that he was holding on the front loader didn't. And that would have made the difference to put them in the bottom rather than the top, and he could have done it fairly easily without having to drive up the conveyor and everything. So yeah, it was unfortunate. It just blocked by your own bale from scoring the necessary points to win. And
I think the thing is that there was also 2 undelivered bales on the side of Lindner, so they were not sure is there like a similar operation. So if let's say that if Lindner would have been trying to push those in on the first floor, for example, then they probably wouldn't have got it. So they just wanted to play safe. It's not really safe. It's as safe as Kermit's safer route. It just didn't work out this time, unfortunately. Hopefully, we'll see on the replays from a different angle how far he actually was when the round closed, because I think it's just like a matter of centimeters, to be honest.
But it's a really interesting thing I think about both these games is that throughout them, Lindner were very much in control. The second game, they managed to get the delivery of grain and everything right. And here is the second game, actually, the end of it, and you can see right at the top. And I'm not sure. No, it was one bale from the 3.
Yeah.
One bale from the 3 he was carrying went in. The one in front of him on the conveyor didn't, and the other 2 that were on that front loader didn't as well. So yeah.
That's gonna.
So actually, yeah, it would have made no difference. There is no way. What were they? It was a 10-point difference at the end.
12 points.
12 points. So yeah, there's any other bale going in would have done it. 3 bales from them into the bottom would have been 30 points in total. Do you know what? It would have been a draw if he'd have put those 3 bales in at the bottom. Because they were on a 1.8 to... No, they were 1.9 to 2.1. So they would have won by 1 point if he'd put the bales in at the bottom. Okay. Based on how much difference. Which is just, I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, usually when you climb up on the belt and you try to score those bales, they go pretty much the same time. So if one from the fork goes in, the 2, they couldn't have been that far away. So we are literally talking about centimeters, to be honest. But that's how close it is sometimes, unfortunately. I mean, New Holland, they had a great streak before this, and I think I have said many things about New Holland already. They didn't win this one, but they did at least get some circuit points. So they are doing definitely better than the last tournament. So they are kind of like on the rise. I will not put them on the basket where I say that they are exactly having the same performance as last year, but they are definitely improving, and I think that's a good signal. And the interesting thing is that now we have Valtra versus Lindner. And then the winner from this one is going to go and, of course, face Helm. And Lindner has been full of surprises. So Valtra versus Lindner, they are also the 2 only teams who have used herbicide as a perk this season.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Very hard to call. I mean, I think that Valtra has been doing, every time we see them, they're doing fine. Almost beat Helm So
Yeah.
they're definitely very strong. But I would say that Lindner, once again, they are the black horse of the race, and we'll see how far they're going to run and how fast.
I think if Lindner could control the game in the same way as they did with New Holland just now, then they are in with a good chance of getting through to the final. However, Voltra are a very disruptive team. They're great at forcing their opponents to do what they want them to do, and yeah, I think it's going to be a tough game for both of them. Both teams have a similar but slightly different strategy, and it'll be interesting how they apply it to each other and whether it just ends up cancelling each other out, which we've seen happen so many times before, where teams that have a similar approach to things just end up cancelling each other out, and it just ends up being a straight point for point, bale for bale battle between them. And when you end up coming against teams like that, you end up with someone like Helm winning.
Yeah, it's really hard to call. I mean, of course, needless to say, either of the teams can afford any mistakes here. We have seen some small ones from both of the teams from time to time, but nothing major. Of course, we have seen other teams struggle as well, so it's not that, these guys are doing more mistakes than the others. We can talk about Helm's mistakes as well, which they have done. So I think it's pretty fair. So it is really hard to call, to be honest. Like, who's gonna win this? Who's gonna be on top of it? I want to see the perks. Something tells me that this is gonna be a pretty straightforward game with the perks. Not any huge surprises there, but who knows? It is hard to tell. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like a herbicide versus herbicide, because these are the teams who have played that, because that is what we haven't seen this season. I guess that's maybe a little bit too optimistic to have that, but yeah, I wouldn't mind having something new in the mix, which we haven't seen. And of course, who's going to control the grain, like you said, who's going to take the control in a way. I guess the who will collect the most grain might be the one who's going to win it if they perform otherwise on the same level.
Yeah, I think it's very much going to be like that. I'm intrigued to see what both these teams bring them against each other. Very much.
So let's say, let's talk about the grain a little bit, as we still have some time before the game is going to start. Okay, we don't. It is here. But yeah, just a question. I think that a lot of the viewers are wondering about it, because we talk about the grain quite a bit, and then quite oftenly, the team who has most of the grain, who has been like collecting, let's say a reasonable amount, but still more than the other grain. So they have the upper hand. So what is stopping from the teams to collect, let's say, like 80,000 of grain?
Do you know what? I think that herbicide is probably the way to go for that. To have a completely uninterrupted cut, and you could very easily get 80,000. But the trouble with that is you can't have herbicide and big haul. And I think that's what it might take, is to have a big haul trailer that's full, and then one of those class combines on top will get you nearly 80,000. I think it would give you about 76,000. So that's about the most I think you could get.
And you're gonna miss some time from the baling then, I guess. So it's, you can still do it, I guess, but yeah, it's just gonna cost way too much time. Okay, bottleneck versus big haul. One thing to note here: no telehandlers were banned, and we have seen every single match so far. We have seen Valtra to ban the telehandlers. Of course, they played against the Helm, which we saw. So maybe that's the reason. But still, something to mention that they are not banned this time. We have seen in so many games that they are actually banned. Bottleneck, big haul as mentioned, and Lindner actually starting with the big haul. So interesting. Otherwise, pretty much the same. Runner, Archimedes under pressure. No easy stack chosen here. We had one player, Silas, going without a perk. So that's one thing. But this we saw yesterday as well.
with this setup, I'm expecting a very similar run here. In fact, I don't quite understand how. It's Big Hall. So Big Hall, I think, costs slightly more points, which is why Silas doesn't have a perk, if I remember correctly.
Anyway, well, one of the most crucial moments of the game is going to start. So we go for the pads and then we go for the first bale delivery. So let's see the challenges once again. Silas, we can see a Valtor player trailing not that far away. Silas seems to have a better start, and I think that the Valtor player actually is going to be heading towards the other place. We have a challenge here. Luka's going to claim that, but no, it's going to be actually Cercerus who's going to claim the combine at the same time. And Luka was denied from whatever he was having on that pad. That was the baler. So this is actually looking pretty good for Lindner currently. We can see Cercerus heading on the fields. Luka needs to run so far away to get that combine. So the first bale for Valtra seems to be a pretty low one. So Lindner is having a good start so far. And I think they're pretty much in motion here because Cercerus that pole's going to come and follow. It's not going to be like a 150 first bale, but this is not going to be bad because they are not that far away from the barn. So he should be done with the first bale in a matter of seconds. And there we go. So I think he can still try to reach something like a 140 maybe. Let's see when he gets closer. And we can see Sören definitely delayed. And that's, yeah, if he's going to swing that, it's exactly 140 or 139. But he's going to reverse it, so it's like a 136 maybe. 135, okay. So they will get a decent first bale. So Lindner anyways, by winning those duels on the pads, they will claim the first bale. And Sören is actually pretty far away.
Torren coming in for Valtra's first bale. It is quite a way behind Lindner's. Backing it up, and a 114. So 21 points behind, just over a single bale. A little bit of catching up for Valtra to do here now. It's really interesting at the beginning. I noticed that Valtra were grabbing as many combines as they could, and I was kind of expecting a combine run from it, but I'm guessing that Lindner managed to get the. Oh, did anybody manage to get the case combine? It's sitting up there on the hill. I don't know if there was actually a combine rush. Oh, a combine run at the start.
I mean, Luka was running for a combine and then he lost the battle and then he needed to run away for the other one. A little bit further away, but so we'll see. We're gonna see that later. We can see speed limit being picked. That was on the first drops, and I did miss the other one. What was the other drop? I didn't see that, unfortunately. So that is unknown, at least to me. I don't know. Maybe Alex has some better eyes. Maybe he saw what's the other one. But yeah, it was like a very fast moment when they were visible on the screen. Unfortunately, didn't see that. So I just want to know like what's available for the next ones, and I think that only the other team actually picked the speed limit, though the other team didn't at all. So maybe that is something. But yeah, the grain game is starting to build up because Apollo with a big haul, and yeah, Lindner did pick up the speed limit. Nothing for Valtra so far. The amount of grain we can see that it's building up. I'm expecting that Lindner will go somewhere, a little bit less than 70k, between 60 and 70 definitely. I would say that they will exceed the size of the big haul. I would imagine that's going to be happening. And Valtra, as they know that they're fighting against the big haul, so I think they will go close to 70 as well. I mean, if they settle down with 60, I don't think it's going to be enough. So Lindner, I think that they will both try to understand the right amount of grain that needs to be collected. We can see one baler being picked up by Apollo. About 45 seconds for the second wave of the drops. And the grain collection hasn't yet stopped. So Lindner, I think now they will stop with the big haul. And they're pouring it down there. But I think that they will also fill the small trailer or a combine a little bit maybe as Valtra. Yeah, they are exceeding 60,000. So that is the way to win big haul, to make sure that you have more than 60k, easily.
And that's the thing. There's a lot of grain there for Valtra now. Initially, I thought they were going to be stuck behind, but it's partly because Lindner's had to stop and empty the big hall, and it's just given them about 4,000 litres less than Vultra has. So Vultra now has a distinct advantage as far as amount of grain, but it's going to take them slightly longer to empty it. We've got bridges lowered and direct delivery at the 6 minute. Oh no, that's the 6 minute mark ones. Those are about to run out. So those, yeah, we still got a grain multiplier and. Oh no, not at this point.
There we go. We can see bridges lowered being picked by both of the teams. I'm a little bit worried about the grain situation on Lindner's side. I mean, they didn't take any extra, so they took that 60k, which is to be expected. And Walter made the calculation that, yeah, they have the big haul, it's got to be 60, so we'll take a little bit more than 60. And that seems to be working out. Lindner did make the delivery, though, so 2.7 for them. They still have, well, nothing actually remaining. So it's zero for them remaining. And Valtra easily has the grain to overcome this multiplier, and they should be ending with 2.1, 2.2 if there's no changes. So I think this is maybe mistake is not the right word, but what I'm saying that I think that Linda was maybe overseeing the Valtra's strategy a little bit. They didn't expect what they should have been expecting, to be honest. But it's going to be 2.0 exactly on the both sides, so it's not going to make a difference. It's just going to be just barely shy from 2.1. So it doesn't really change things. I was really expecting that it's going to be at least 2.1 for Valtra, but that is not the case. Meanwhile, of course, Lindner has been delivering some bales as well. I didn't see exactly with what multiplier they actually went in. There's why. I didn't see
Rain
the multiplier.
on the floor, just enough.
Yeah, but it was definitely more than 2.0 how Lindner scored the bales.
Yeah, Valtra very much on the back foot here. Lindner have scored bales. They have got a higher score as a result. And roughly, they did have equal bales a moment ago. But it looks like Valtra has been putting out the stops and getting bales in. They are about to pick up a Lord Baler, which delivered 2 bales and scores them up to 164. They are 100 points behind.
Yeah, I think the Lindner is doing fine. And I don't know if Valtra wouldn't have missed that small amount of grain which we saw on the ground. So yeah, they maybe would have put it on 2.1, but it's that 2-point difference on the bales. Then that much that it would have changed the situation. I'm not sure. So far Lindner has been doing well. They scored the 3 bales under higher than 2.0 multiplier. I wasn't sure, like I said, what the multiplier was at the time when they came in or went in. That one is going to be definitely falling down. The one is a little bit shaky, but I guess it should still go in. But it's a little bit moving there on the belt. And now it's just like a 31 points between teams. So yeah, Valtra is catching up, but I think that Lindner has the upper hand here. It's less than 2 minutes to go. So now it's once again about performance. I think there's enough time for Lindner to get all the bales in. Lennox is just doing his circles here, not having a fun ride. Just actually needs to change the direction of the car. So this will be close, even though it might not seem it that way for the moment. But I think it's going to be a close battle in the end.
Still oh no, it was still 60 points difference, but Valtra have closed the gap, are only 11 points behind now. These bales here will score and take them into the lead. I think Lindner are responding, but a bale's fallen off.
Yeah, it was pretty much on the edge.
There we go. Valtra is in the lead with 45 seconds to go. Will these both go in? Because if they do, this is probably going to put them in the lead again. So close in the minutes of this. And Silas is having
Yeah.
to go all the way around to get these bales in.
Yeah, it's 3 bales that he's carrying. Luckily, Zerzeru still has the bales that he can just continue stacking. And this is going to be a pretty late delivery, to be honest, with these bales, so they have to put them on the first floor. So it's all about these bales. Those are the last bales which Walter actually still has, and Lindner is putting something on the second floor. They got to put something on the first floor as well. They have 2 bales on the belt.
Lindner in the lead.
And those are going to put them definitely over 600 points with those 2 bales. They're going to score.
It's going to Ultra. Oh my lord, that changed hands about 3 or 4 times in the final moments of that. And there was 1 point in it multiple times. More bales delivered for Vultra than Lindner, and yeah, Lindner would have won that if they'd got the 2 undelivered bales in. But they'd have won it by 1 point if they went to the bottom.
Yeah, but those 2 undelivered bales were the ones which were still on the belt. I mean, they did put 2 bales on the belt. So I'm just wondering, did those actually go in? We didn't see that. Or were these some other bales, or did they actually go in? Because I was calculating when I saw those 2 bales on the belt that they should be going over 600 points when they get those bales in. So I'm pretty sure that those bales were on the belt and not that far away from actually scoring. But it is what it is. So Vulture will take the first game of the series, and of course we still have a second and hopefully a third game to go as well on this series. And of course the winner's going to go to the final. The losing team is going to settle down on the third, fourth place of the tournament and will not be, of course, proceeding anymore. So the games will be over. So this is the second last series that we're going to witness. And the winner who goes to the grand final, then, of course, as mentioned, will be facing Helm on the grand final. But yeah, I mean, a close series. I really like these close series. I mean, we said that Lindner and Vulture, it's going to be a close series. It's very hard to tell how it's going to go. And once again, we do have kind of like the decisions and the results, like, changing on the last second, as you said it, Alex. So definitely enjoyable match.
Yeah, a very enjoyable match. I am blown away by how much that changed hands in the last few seconds. That is such a wonderfully close game. We knew that these teams were fairly well matched, and yeah, that showed. It was almost a bale for bale delivery. There were mistakes made. Vultra, as we saw, did drop some grain on the floor, and that could very easily have given them that 2.1 multiplier that would have made it less close. As it was, they won anyway. But yeah, very interested to see how the second game in this match goes, and to see what happens with different perks, because of course Unstoppable is now Big Hall is now no longer available to Lintner, and Bottleneck is no longer available to Vultra. So they have to change things up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, just a matter of seconds when we'll see how that's going to go. Vulture played Big Hall versus Helm. So that is something we have seen from them. So yeah, I don't know if there's any question marks really regarding the perks. As I think about it, now the Big Hall is out of the way from Lindner's side. I think they will just maybe settle down with the Unstoppable for the next one. They haven't really been a team that has been playing Bottleneck that much lately. They've been Unstoppable and Big Hall, I think, have been the kind of like the 2 first picks for them, and then they have taken Unstoppable or Herbicide, depending on the situation. But it's definitely not over yet. I just really don't know what to expect. Well, the only thing what I'm expecting is it's going to be another very close series. That's what I'm expecting. But other than that, I don't really know how this game is going to turn, as we didn't have any disruptive drops on the previous ones. Maybe those will definitely change the course. Lindner has been pretty good on utilizing those situations when there's like a sudden change on the pace of a game. So they are like adapting better of the situation at the hand. So if there's something like surprising coming up, I would imagine that Lindner is the one who's gonna take the advantage out of it.
So we are seeing the banning of the telehandlers this time, along with the big fence. Our final ban is probably going to be another big tractor from Lindner. Yeah, there we go. Case is gone as well.
Can you ban the forklift?
Oh, both teams appear to be going for unstoppable here, so it's going to be a very even matchup. Running with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the unstoppable. I mean, it's a very safe choice from both of the sides. They know that this is going to be measured by their actions, not with the perks. Of course, you know, everything what they do on the server will have some kind of an impact. So I think that they just want to play it safe. Valtra, yeah, let's play this safe. Let's win the second one. Let's not take any risks. And at the same time, Linder is probably thinking that, yeah, let's bring the second home as well, that we force it on the third one. So let's not take any risks here. I think it's the same idea what the both teams are actually wondering. And then it means that if we actually go to the third game, then we do have maybe Linder playing the big hall instead, and so on.
The big class combine is back in play, though.
So there we go. Apollo a little bit slow. I think he was having a look what's happening on the other side. Nobody came here. Like I'm completely on my own. So what should I do? And he will just go for the New Holland Baylor, which is pretty close to the fields. And we can see the Ceres was already coming with the combine as well. So that is actually a pretty nice start. On the extra, we can see Valtra that they're trading just a little bit, not by much. So if everything goes according to the plan with the swings and everything, Lindner has a slightly better chance of getting a higher first bail. So it's like very close. It's almost like a dog who's like sniffing the other one behind him. And then we can see that we can see already Lindner, Apollo has been disengaging, has a Terra track, and we can see Sören also leaving at the same time. They have about 30 meters of distance. It's gonna be a swing. It doesn't really look like a swing, so I think he wants to play that safe and he wants to reverse that in. And maybe from the Vulture side, there's gonna be a swing. So let's see how close these are gonna be, because you can close that gap. 127 for Lindner. And they're going to reverse that in as well. So 3 points of a difference. So these are very close. Both teams will decide that, yeah, let's not take those risks. And let's just get those points. And let's not waste any time by trying to shove that probably or maybe missed bail. Direct delivery and speed limit. So speed limit, yeah, probably going to be picked. If any. And that's about it. So we know that all the disrupted drops once again are still available.
Sorry, not immediately going for those drops, keeping up on timings. He's got to get in there and be perfect on the timings for emptying the combines, because otherwise combines get full and that means they end up dropping grain on the ground or combine stopping. So they want to keep things moving as best they can.
About the same timing. When you look at when the guys are turning with the trailers and when they're like, you know, getting away from the combines, it's pretty much the same timing, pretty much the same route. You can see the road, you can see the drops, which are, by the way, the same for the both of the sides, so you can, like, you know, get a benchmark where they are on the map. But they are doing exactly the same things as we speak. And let's see the clock when we do have it, and we can also see that the grain where we are when we get that on the view. But I'm expecting that they're pretty much tied. I mean, Lindner slightly leading on the grain. Still 1.5 minutes for the next drops to come. And something tells me that there will be no grain deliveries before the next set of drops will be coming. Let's see what Apollo actually wants to do. But I think he's going to be just, you know, putting the setup in place. Not going to try to do anything as, you know, even the smallest thing like a, you know, grain multiplier can make a lot of difference on this kind of a situation. So they're just, you know, waiting for it. Or maybe Apollo will prove me wrong, but that's what I'm really expecting here. Kind of like that they will just, you know, put it in place, get some new stuff, get some more grain, build the setup, and wait for the possible grain multiplier or silo close.
Yeah, both teams just leaving that there making sure the setup's good, and then heading back to grab the baler. As normal, they tend to park up that way. A, to get the combine, and B, to put themselves in place for later.
And this time Lindner actually collects more than 60, so let's see where Walter is going to be ending up with, how much grain will be there for them. But it seems that they're also trying to, well, they're wanting to exceed the 60k definitely. So will it be about the same? Now, the 63 and 300 something has been a very, very popular number today, to be honest. I think we have seen a couple of hundreds of leaders here and there. But other than that, of course, Walter, they need this time, they need to get everything on the silo. They can't really afford to lose that multiplier. But yeah, there we go. And they will collect slightly more at least. But they will just continue collecting. So Walter is definitely going to offer a lot larger amount. The grain multiplier is there. And now as the scores are so even, I think it's 1.5 for both of the sides. So it's not going to be like a huge difference there. We can see that there's 800 liters of grain more for Walter. And with multiplier, that's what it's like a 1,500 about, and that's not gonna be enough to change the multiplier even to 2.1, but it will be affecting the belt speed for sure.
Yeah, both teams going in there picking it, and the grain will start to drop now. 80 odd seconds for both of them at a 1.5 multiplier. This is going to end up being pretty even, I think.
Yeah, it should. I mean, the only thing is that if either of the teams like struggling a little bit with the setup, and then the other team can get a temporary higher multiplier and score some bales during that time. So there is this middle jump that they can try to do, but it kind of like requires a mistake, and Valtra will stop at 1.7. So there's a slight chance to do something about the scores there. I mean, we have seen Valtra to struggle a little bit with the setups. I mean, multiple times. I mean, that they have lost some grain. And there we can see exactly. Serserus using the timing. The grain is not yet pouring down on the Valtra side. 3 bales on the belt, so those could be what is going to be like a 69 points in total, and they will get some in with that multiplier. 21 from the second bale. It's going to be about 20 from the other one. So yeah, they will win like a 4 points more or less with that one. So yeah, they will definitely go for it. What I was going to say about Valtra, about the setup building. So yeah, they have struggled a couple times. They have lost some grain, and also I think that when they put the setup in place, you know, they have this pause on the middle, so not everything is like running as smoothly as they could. Because, for example, on the Lindner side, we didn't see that from happening, and they do have about the same equipment as well. So I think that there's something that Valtra needs to optimize when they will build this setup without the big hole.
And in all honesty, it looks like they've done it. They've got a 2.1 to a 1.9 multiplier. They've brought in that extra little bit of grain, and it has made all the difference to them holding this at a 2.1 and getting an extra 2 points per bale.
So is it that as they are kind of like, I said, struggling with the setup, so maybe when they start pouring the grain, they will actually go back on the field, get that small amount of grain and come back there and then deliver it with the rest of the stuff, and that's how they got a 2.1. So instead of like letting everything to pour down and be waiting there to kind of like, you know, change the utility, so they have been actually collecting a little bit more, and then they will come, you know, some seconds later or half a minute later to pour the rest, and then they have, you know, to add something on the top. Anyways, the game is going 2.5 minutes, and Valtra back on the lead.
I can see why Valtra didn't put those last 2 bales in at the bottom that they had then. That would have left them at 9 out of 10 of a combo and just completely open to a counter from Lindner. So they left that there. Lindner thought they might be going for the combo. It wasn't going to happen because there just weren't the bales there for Valtra, and Valtra just could not risk Lindner getting a whole load of points from that.
Well, there we go. Valtra getting some more bales. Pretty tight situation. You know, 300 points about for both of the teams. The bale counts are pretty even. The multiplier is decent. Lindner needs to do some work, but I mean, it's 2 points per bale. So we'll see. I mean, Lindner was able to produce those late-minute bails pretty well on the previous match. So we'll see. They're gonna need that in this one as well, because they're now 5 bails down. They have taken the lead, but eventually, even if they now deliver the same amount of bails, Valtra will take that lead with the multiplier difference. So I think that whatever happens, Lindner will need some more bails delivered than Valtra. So they need to be very efficient. The last minute is starting, and that one bail is gonna jump down, unfortunately, and that's not gonna be good. That one is gonna go up all the way, and maybe they will just shove that on the first floor. But that is probably a missed 10 points because of that. So that one bail can make a difference, even though you can put it on the bottom, but still it's gonna be less points, okay, 9 points less. So it's not 10 points, but still 9 points, and you don't want to give any points away, as Valtra is now very comfortably actually sitting on the lead, as they have managed to put some more bails on the belt. 544, they are leading almost by 100 points. Linder's going to be catching up. They have 6 bails still remaining, and it's looking to be very hard, to be honest. That one is going to go in. I'm not sure about the second one, and I don't think that they have the bails anymore to catch up on Valtra. So Valtra has already claimed this down. It's going to be just 5 seconds, and Valtra will take the second spot on the grand finals. Lindner, unfortunately, great try from them, but this time it just wasn't enough. But I think that still Lindner, compared to the last season when they were playing against Valtra and let's say like the top teams, I think that Lindner has been definitely improving. So yeah, placing amongst the top 4 still on the tournament, there's nothing to be shy about. I think it's a great performance, great improvement from them as well. And there's only one way here, and it's up, it's forward.
Yeah, there we go. So Valtra through to face Helm in the grand final. A rematch of the game we saw earlier today, and a slightly tougher route for Valtra in the grand final, in that because they have gone through the losers bracket, even for a short time, to end up facing Helm again in the final, they are going to have to beat them twice in order to win today. Because if they beat them the first time, that is Helm having hit only its first point of the double elimination. So yeah, they've got at least 2 matches ahead of them to beat Helm, or just a single match if Helm is going to win. So yeah, it's all to play for in the final. A long road ahead for Valtra. I think we are going to take a 5-minute break now, and we will be back shortly. See you then. And we're
So
back.
here we are.
Yep, it is grand final time. It is going to be Valtra versus Helm, with Valtra having been beaten by Helm earlier today, and worked their way back up through the losers bracket to come and face them in the final. They have a little bit of a mountain to climb, though, seeing as in order to beat Helm in this double elimination, they need to beat them twice to take this. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Definitely. I mean, having to beat them twice, they already had like a one stab at them. Didn't get that done, unfortunately. They dropped to the lower bracket, and now they have to win them twice. So it's really hard work for them. So we'll see. Of course, we'll have the first best of three. So if somebody's still wondering how the grand final works on this format, we do have the normal best of three. And then if Helm is going to win it, then they will take the victory. But if Vulture is going to win it, then there's going to be another best of three. And then Vulture need to win that one as well. So it's a little bit abnormal a way to decide the upper and the lower bracket, but that's the format. The players have been informed, and it is because of that the players who, I mean, all the teams, they have like a chance of like losing once. That's the thing. So interesting will be definitely. And just remember, as a reminder, we do have that 15,000 euro prize pool on this event as well. Of course, the circuit points as well. Helm is nicely sitting on 180 currently. So if they're going to win this one, they will go all the way up to 270 already, and they will build a pretty big gap towards between the second and the first place. But of course, we're going to have the replays first from the previous game, so we actually see how Valtra and Linda played. And was there any mistakes? And well, there wasn't that many, so we'll be just seeing that in a matter of seconds, and we can see what actually went down there.
Yeah, Zerstra's not able to get that combine in the first one, and with those last few seconds, you can see it going back and forth between the teams there when Valtra took it. Just a tiny difference in that first game. First bail coming in for Soren in the second game, which was fairly even matched. And then you can see slowly Valtra begins to take lead. In that second game, they got themselves the increased multiplier. They got 2 points per bail. And then over the course of the last minute, they slowly pulled themselves into the lead. And took it with a decent amount of points.
Yeah, well, I mean, Linton was close, definitely on the first game. The second game wasn't that straight on, but yeah, I mean, I think the better team still won it. So Vulture, they have at least like secured the second place in the tournament, and now they just have like a different mountain to climb. And I would say that this mountain is definitely. Well, a taller one, definitely, because Helm, they have now lost, I think during the whole season, they have lost 2 rounds. They haven't lost a single, like a best of 3. They lost one at the FarmCon, which was played at the venue. It wasn't streamed. They lost something on the early rounds, and then they lost the game versus Valtra today. And those are the only 2 matches which they have lost. And I think one thing that I want to be focusing here, well, not really focus, but I want to see if JK can do a round without making mistakes, because all the time I have seen these small things from him. In the end, they didn't cost them, a spot on the grand final, but I would say that they definitely costed the victory on the second game, which they lost because he was like getting stuck on that bridge. Okay, the bans are here.
I will say the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. DJ Gohan has joined the chat. And yes, there is no hat today because I had internet connection problems and threw it somewhere in my room and then couldn't find it to put it back on, and then just haven't put it back on since.
Maybe I need to prepare my DJ Goham hat now. Okay, telehandlers being banned, not a surprise. So yeah, every time when you play against Helm, and especially with Valtra, they have done that, and they will just follow the same pattern. We can see bottleneck on Valtra's side. We can see bottleneck also on the Helm side. So this is a pretty straightforward battle. That's how it seems to be. And if somebody's still wondering what does the bottleneck actually do? Because it's not always like very clear for everybody, especially if we have viewers who haven't been, watching the FSL on the past. So the bottleneck is going to raise the two innermost bridges on the opposite team's side. So it doesn't have anything to do with the multipliers, anything with the grain, but it will just make the route to the barn a whole lot more longer. So that's the thing with it. Anyways, other than that, because the Archimedes under pressure, runner, the usual perks for the players, fend, case, quite similar setup on the both sides. And of course, now we're going to be preparing for the first Bale madness once again. So I definitely want to see how this goes. And the first Bale, we saw JK missing the two tosses on the previous game, which we saw, and he actually didn't toss any Bales in. The one he always needed to make that the lap of victory to kind of come around for the second time, and then the third one he reversed that in just to be sure. So I want to see if he's if he's swing game is now spot on with the golf terms, if the swing has improved. And this is pretty even. You can't really tell what's going to happen here. Even. We can see Helm and Vulture battling for the same one. Who's going to win that one? It's going to be, I think it's going to be Helm. Actually,
I think it's going to
go
to Helm.
Closer.
No, it's Vulture.
It's Vulture. They claimed that down. And we can see that on the Helm side, we can see Combine already heading towards the field. They are still missing the Baylor behind it. So this could be a very good start for Vulture.
That is a great start for Vulture, delaying JK from getting that Baylor out there and getting that first Bale in super fast, and of course giving Soren earlier access to that first Bale as well. That is going to even things up. Although it looks like Luca's a little bit later getting into the field.
Yeah, JK is actually still. I mean, he lost the Baylor and he's still in the lead. I don't know how he did it. Let's see if the swing is going to be top notch. This could be 140 if he's going to make that. Oh, this is going to make exactly 140 for Helm. Even when they lost the JK spinning there, enjoying the moment. I guess that's when you enjoy from your performance. So that's going to come up. That's going to be reversed in. It's going to be 120, 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Is it going to be? Yeah, 122.
Oh,
exactly. So 18 points of a difference.
Kept it less than a Bale, which is good. JK has just left his Baylor over that way. We got Silos Closed and Crazy Tool. The bigger news about that, of course, is that Silos Closed will not hit at the 6-minute mark. And as a result, we could still have grain multiplier, but the silos are not going to close on the team.
Less than a Bale. We actually did launch on the previous tournament the Bale as a official currency, and we were calculating together with Dermot how much things would cost Bales. Because you always, Alex, compare the points to the amount of Bales. So we were just wondering how much, for example, one plate of pancakes would cost in Bales. But maybe actually Alex, because I don't know. What is the price in real currency of one Bale? What is the approximate price of a Bale?
I unfortunately don't know that, especially Bales of this size. Yeah, that's something I will have to look up before the next episode.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I'm sure that somebody's buying the Bales as well. There's real money associated with them. Now we're just talking about the Bales, but we can try to get them to dollars somehow, and then maybe understand, or pounds, whatever you want, or euros, but to understand the real value of the Bale, and then we can actually tell how much the pancakes are costing in Bales when you have that. I completely forgot to have a look on that one. Okay, that's a different topic. Let's go back to the game. We can see JK heading towards the silo, and there's no big hole, and just gonna pour that in. So every time when they come there, they don't make the U-turn. That's usually a sign that they will start pouring that in. So Helm, I think they want to obfuscate a little bit how much grain they're actually collecting. And he's definitely having a rush there. So he doesn't want to miss the first meeting of the day at the silo. He just wants to go there ASAP and just get this stuff done as fast as he can. Doesn't care about driving with the 2 wheels only.
Now, I think this is a mistake from Vulture. I think not delivering any grain at this point, not evening things up, we know that this is Helm's tactic for them to get more grain into the silo than their opponents. And just leaving it there and not matching Helm is going to cause them problems.
Okay, so 2.4 multiplier for Helm. They did a bit of like an initial delivery of the grain, but no bales have been delivered. Let's see what we have there, the 5.5 minute drops. We'll see how that's going to be affected, because I mean, when you do something like this, and you do the initial delivery, if there's a bale multiplier coming on the 5.5 minute mark, then, well, then you can do some serious points. We have seen that. And there we go. Bale multiplier, it is there. So
It is there.
I want to see how this goes. I mean, Valtra has 4 bales, Helm has 3 of them. We can see Helm unloading more grain. So this could be a sign that they want to get a big amount of points, because they are trying to get it on 3.0, and they will get it on 3.0. They have stopped the belt of Valtra, but now they are going to be starting it again. So another side, Valtra is going to be also unloading the grain. Nobody has yet picked anything. And now the multiplier kind of like goes back towards the 2.0 on the both sides, and 1.9, 2.1. Yeah, I think that there's actually a slight advantage on Valtra's side, because when they're going to unload all of this grain, I think it's going to end up with 2.1, maybe for Valtra. No, for Helm. I think it's going to end up with 2.1 for Helm. Yeah, so they have the slight advantage. Helm multiplier big, by the way.
I would be surprised if Valtra had more grain overall than Helm. Helm have used this tactic repeatedly to win the grain game between themselves and other teams all weekend. And in fact, I'm fairly sure the whole of season 5. So it would be amazing for me to see it go the other way. I think we're going to see a slight advantage to Helm, and then I think, oh, it looks like Helm have picked up the bale multiplier and Valtra have not. So Valtra on the back foot again that way.
Yeah, meanwhile, I was doing something completely irrelevant, and I did Google the bale price. And it's from $7 to $20 in US, depending from the location. And that's a bale which can be like, you know, for example, given as a horse food. So that is the price approximately. It's a simple question. There we can see some of the bales going to be delivered by Helm, and they do have the multiplier still for 10 seconds. So this means that they will score 30-something points per one bale. So they will get 2 of them inside with 31 points per bale. So yeah, or we can just count them in dollars as well. I mean, well, the 20 points per bale is actually pretty close to the dollar price as well, so we can calculate that in dollars in some way. Anyways, Luca is going to be 2 of those. That one is for sure not going to go in, so it doesn't have the easy stack. It's going to drop from the belt, and that's going to be just 19 points. They didn't pick the multiplier for whatever reason, so I would say that there was definitely a mistake from Valtra's side not to take the multiplier, not to use the advantage. Even with the 1.9, it still would have been definitely more than that. And this will give definitely, you know, a gap to Helm. They are now having almost 60 points more. They have about the same amount of bales. We can see more bales now getting inside from the Vulture side, because they have to get them inside 2.5 minutes to go. And yeah, I think Helm has a slight lead here currently.
Yeah, Vulture definitely at the disadvantage now. The multiplier is sitting in Helm's favor. That's not going to change, despite the fact both teams do have some grain. Neither of them have enough grain to change that situation. So that's going to sit there for the rest of the time. Helm are already almost 100 points ahead, and they have 5 extra bales. Every which way you slice this, there is no way for Valtra to come back. It would take a massive mess up from Helm for Valtra to get back in this with a minute and 40 to go.
Yeah, that's how it seems. But, you know, things can happen. But yeah, I agree that Helm definitely has the lead, but we have seen some you know, late minute things to happen as well. So just, you know, gotta be careful. If Helm can just execute the strategy, don't do mistakes, then it's gonna be very complicated. Now they're actually tied with the points. Valtra actually leading by 1 point. And there's going to be, yeah, just now it's just so very close. So one small mistake can do a lot of difference. And of course, how you decide to stack the final bales. Will you put them on the second floor? Will you try to put them on the bottom floor? I think that's the thing. So just gotta be careful with it. Wooler getting 2 bales there. Those are gonna be 21 points each. They do have now 5 points between them because it's gonna be 2 points every bale that Vulture is losing to Helm because of the multiplier. 50 seconds to go. And I'm not sure. I mean, Vulture has 6 bales, and after those, it's going to be just 3. Are they going to run out of bales, or will they have some more incoming? And Wooler will get nicely 2 more bales, so that's going to be 330 something points already after these bales. 240 actually, exactly. I know. But anyways, close to that area. So they have taken the lead, and Vulture, I think what is currently happening with that they're just delivering the bales. The final bales are arriving. It's almost like waiting for Santa Claus in the Christmas Eve, and the presents are just not there, and the kids are crying next to the Christmas tree, and you're waiting to open the packages. So they are coming in, and Helm, I mean, whatever is going to happen here, I think that they have already secured the win because they have 600, and Vulture has no means to come back from that at all. So Helm will take the first game of the series.
There we are. That has gone to Helm, and I think that is purely Helm outplaying Vulture there. They delivered more grain, they delivered an extra bale, but they had the multiplier in their favor. Yeah, it just made a huge difference with the amount that they did.
I mean, there is this 1 bale difference, okay? We can see that. But then they used the multiplier, the bale multiplier on the middle. They got 3 bales in with 31 points each. And that is definitely something. Then they had the first bale. They got, was it like about 1 bale? So that's about 20 points. Yep. Then they made about maybe about 30 points more with the bale multiplier, and that is 50 points. And then you add the 1 bale on top of it, so that is about 70 points, and I think that's about the gap. So just you know, utilizing the situations when they arrive, adapting to it, getting the bale multiplier. I don't think that they were prepared to be there to deliver the bales, but they're just so good on adapting as well. They just don't follow the exact pre-laid strategy. They know what's going on. They need to change something, and they change it, and they succeed on it.
The one unforced error that Vulture made that would not have, that really didn't help them, was they did not get that bale multiplier. They let Helm get it and then didn't apply it themselves, and as a result, they left a lot of points on the field for that. If like Helm, they had managed to get 3 bales in at that multiplier, that would have made a difference. It wouldn't have won it for them, but it would have certainly made the gap a lot closer. And they can't miss bits like that. And in the same way as they can't miss Helm's tactic of going out there and getting that little bit more grain, just enough to give themselves an advantage. They've done it to every single team in this tournament they've played. And nobody's adapting to it. Nobody's going, oh, if we're playing Helm, we need a little bit more grain, because they are always going to deliver a little bit more grain and cause us a problem later on because of it.
Yeah, true. So now, I mean, Vulture is facing a difficult situation. I mean, just 1 game for Helm, and they're gonna win the tournament, the 3rd tournament of the season. And if Vulture manages to win 2, then they will take kind of this first stage of the grand final, and then we'll still have kind of like the second, and they still have to win 2 more matches on that one as well. So they need 4 victories inside 5 matches more or less, and 2 of them like
Tony
right now in a row.
Put it perfectly. He said Vulture has to beat Helm 4 times. Have Helm lost 4 times all year, which I don't think they have. I think they've lost maybe 2 games all year.
No, 2 games.
So 2 games. So
they lost 1 before the game which we played earlier. So 1 game at the first tournament, like 1 game out of best of 3 series, and they still won the best of 3, and then they lost the 1 to Vulture in the upper bracket earlier today, and those are the only matches they have lost. And before today, they had a win rate of 95% of all the games they have played. So maybe that tells a bit of a story.
Yeah.
So it is not definitely the easiest opponent, and I can easily understand that somebody's asking, like, if you know, Wooler is single, for example, because they're just doing so well. By the way, we still haven't heard the answer.
No, that's
maybe they're
very
answering
true.
on private. Maybe they're answering on private, so we don't need to know that. No. I mean, at least,
Yeah,
you know, at least he has a couple extra noble chairs. So, yeah.
Yes, I think they can fill an auditorium with them now.
Okay.
So we're seeing the Manitou banned by Vultra. We're seeing the John Deere and the Terra Track banned by Helm. And to finish things off, the second Telehand is getting banned by Vultra as well. Ooh. Okay. So, Vultra coming up with Unstoppable to go against Beagle. We know this is one of the more effective disruptions to a Beagle setup. So, very interested to see what Vultra do with this. We saw Vultra earlier today, I think it was, take complete control of another team's bail delivery based purely on having Unstoppable and them having unloaded too much grain and stopped their own belts. So yeah, be very interesting to see where Vultra go with this and if they can take similar control of Helm now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that the Unstoppable, we have talked this through multiple times, but I think that the Unstoppable is it was definitely the way to kind of counter the big haul. But I think that the teams who prefer big haul in this kind of a situation, I think that they have found the ways to come around it. So I guess the key once again is to collect more than the 60k which the big haul can fit, and then make sure that the Vultra doesn't get more than them. When it comes to the multiplier, let's see the other challenge, other things happening here. Of course, the first challenges are right here as they're fighting from the utilities. We can see JK getting the baler he wanted. We can see also Vulture getting the baler and the combine. So I think everybody gets what they want, more or less. This is looking good for Wooler and JK. Luca is already on the field. We can see Sören coming up 12. That's pretty close to the barn. This could be a good first bail for Vulture, but it's very hard to say. I mean, it's definitely going to be a good first bail for Helm, unless, of course, JK is going to miss the toss. But he's going to go, and this is actually looking very damn good, to be honest. Sorry about the wording there, because the clock is like 9, what is like a 20? No, it's actually more than I was expecting. So 143 maybe is going to be the outcome of this. There we go. So that's going to be tossed in, and they will take the first bail. Sören's going to reverse that in, so 136 maybe, something like that. 134, yeah, it took a couple more seconds than I was expecting, but still, Helm will take the lead. By 9 points, it's not a huge lead, but lead is a lead.
Yeah, not too bad there. Way less than a bail. Even a bail in the bottom. An extra bell in the bottom will cover that. And the thing is, the reason why I always reference that and refer to that is because quite often you'll get something like Lord Baylor in the final stage. And that is 1 or 2 bails extra that the team will get. So if you're within that 1-2 bail setup, you can grab a Lord Baylor for the final super drop, and that will even things up from the start. So yeah, it's an easy gap to close if you're within 1 or 2 bails. Any more than that, and you're starting to struggle.
Yeah, well, now when we know the price of the bail, so we can say that the gap is about, $4. Well, when you think about the price of a bail, so it's about $4 to $5, depending from the location where the guys are currently harvesting. But okay.
Warren heading up to empty the second combine as 8-minute drop hits.
Yeah, I don't think we saw. At least I didn't see what was on the first set of drops.
Oh no, it was,
so we don't know what's going to be taken away from us.
Yeah, I think it was herbicide and bridges raised, I think was what we saw at the 8-minute mark.
Okay. So nothing that disruptive. So we have all the options open. Silo closed, grain multiplier, bale multiplier. I mean, these are really the efficient ones. And now Sören's going to be arriving to the silo. Yeah, not gonna... I mean, every time when... This is what we spoke. So if you have a big hole on the other side, once again, you don't want to start pouring it down before you see what's going to be on the drops, and they have to wait for a minute. But I'm really like interested from the grain numbers once again, like where they're going to end up. Both teams are still collecting. And I want to see what's going to be the final figure. As long as Walter doesn't like underestimate the amount which Helm is going to be collecting, I think they're going to be fine. Of course, they don't know, so they have to guess it. They're estimating how much going to be they're collecting, and it looks good for Vulture because they're going to go above 60k, which you definitely need to do versus Big Haul. JK, meanwhile, is going to be taking a baler, going to leave the truck there on the side of the field, so it's not that far away from going to the silos. So he wants to go and do a bit of work before he's going to go and do the final delivery of the grain. And we can see more being collected by Helm, 64k for Vulture. 20 seconds, and then we have this sixth sense that was discussed earlier, so that's going to be the thing that's going to tell us where the drops are spawning. So that is once again the moment when Virtual Farmer will put the tinfoil cap on his head, and then we have the sixth sense.
It looks to me like Helm have more than the big haul will carry. We've got Bale Multiplier and Speed Up. Bale Multiplier needs to be picked up by both teams pretty much. They have 43 seconds to do it.
And based on this, what we saw, I think Vulture is trying to use that, the Bale Multiplier. They're stacking the bales there. They're now trying to see where they can actually end up with the multiplier, and can they make that as an advantage for them. We didn't see Paul yet emptying everything. He's going to fill that big hole with a new set of grain. And it's going to be 1.9, so it seems that Vulture actually has the upper hand on the grain game. They will pick up the bale multiplier, and this is actually good timing for Helm to start unloading it. For sure, Vulture is going to do exactly the same. At least this is going to deny a little bit of the chance for Vulture to try to score some super crazy numbers, because they will still have to come up in the 1.4. And with 26k, I think they will end up somewhere. I think they will end up with 2.2 maybe, you know, above Helm. So I think Vulture will have this, you know, the multiplier. But now they will start pouring it down, and I think they are at the same time also preparing to put those bales on the belt to make sure that they can actually score, you know, some points with the bale multiplier, which they have missed on the past.
Interesting that it seems Helm have missed the Bale Multiplier this time. So they have not scored any points with it, and they don't seem to have taken it. So yeah, odd for Helm to miss such an important bit like that. And if Vulture can now capitalize on that, because it's 2.0 to 2.0, so we're evened up. Yes, Vulture needs to have bales in on this now.
But they didn't get the advantage on the multiplier. That's a bit of surprising. So there was something still going on, because now it's 2.0 for both of the sides. Vulture will get some points, 30 points per bale. I think those are going to score as well. So they will do exactly the same which Helm did on the last round. They managed to get 31 points per bale for 3 bales, and Vulture will get 90 points from 3 bales. So that is just, you know, 1 point per bale less. And now we can see Wooler starting to put the bales on the belt as well. That's going to be 20 points more for Vulture. They don't have the multiplier effective anymore, so now they can just go with back with the usual work. Bale withering. Helm actually has been pressing some bales quite a bit. They have 14. They are 40 points behind on the scores. So when you take those bale counts and see how many of them will be delivered on the second floor, I think they should be pretty fine. You know, tied up, or at least close to Vulture. So this should be one of those battles that's going to go all the way to the final seconds. At least that's what I'm expecting, unless something unexpected will happen.
.303 to 304. Everything is even. Vulture have 4 fewer bales than Helm at the moment. So, Vulture need to get pressing those bales.
Not good.
And oh no! One scored, one fell off. Luca is going to have to make sure those bales stay on there. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really difficult. And look at that. The scores are even again.
Yeah, I think there was actually two bales
and the
dropping
bale
down.
gap is closing.
Yeah, I think there was two bales which didn't go. But anyways, definitely a lost opportunity there. I mean, they still have the time to put them in. And once again, I'm getting a little bit worried about the amount of bales which Walter has. I mean, we saw this on the last game as well, that they didn't have the bales available on the end game, and then the final delivery with the Santa Claus came just like very, very late. And they didn't have the time to put them on the second floor anymore. So let's see if that's going to be the case. At least they're now leading on the points because they have been doing some great work. We haven't seen Helm scoring bales for a while. So what's going on there? They have a lot of bales. Oh, there they are. Nicely, 5 bales going in. It's almost like pancakes going to the oven. And there's going to be 2 more. This is looking good. That's going to be... That is like a 120 points right there. So that should be taking them to 480 already. And then, yeah, they still have more bales to come as well. So they will leave this all to the final seconds of the game, but they're definitely closing the gap, and I think they're going to be tying up on the score just in a matter of seconds. So Wooler operating the belt, 45 seconds to go. It's getting close. Walter has scored a couple more, so Helm, they really need those more bales to be available right next to the belt. Wooler still has them. Certainly will get a delivery from the Santa. So this is getting very close. 30 seconds. JK coming, doesn't do the mistake on the bridges this time. And let's see how many they can still get on the second floor. It's just 21 points of a difference. Remember, if they will do the same amount of bales, we could have a 1 point difference for Valtra. So Hell will need 19 more. That 1 point is not going to cut it, unfortunately. 10 points. Buller going to be climbing.
Trying to get up there. He's not going to make it.
It's going to be 580, 90,
point.
600,
No,
604, 630. The final second. And Helm.
Take it.
With the smallest gap
Lord.
of 19. They will just take it. It is a 9-point difference for Helm. So they did put something on the first floor.
One bale.
And without that, they would have lost it. So that is a close one. There was one undelivered bale on the both sides. So that's what I can call a close battle.
The difference in the first bale, I believe, was 9 points.
Yeah,
I'm fairly sure.
Was.
Which is just, how important is the first bale? How important is getting every bale in? One bale was all Vultra needed. They had one on the ground, and they just need to get into the bottom. They couldn't do it, and that's it. Helm has taken another tournament.
Yeah, there was a good reaction. I mean, Wooler tried to climb on the belt, 2 bales in the fork, and then he was trying for a while, and then he realized that, okay, I can't try this anymore, and then he just put them on the bottom. So that's in a way like secured the win. Those fast reactions. They had one bale, I think, running on the belt, and the others were showing in. So it requires coordination, that nobody's blocking you when you want to come with the bales, and then just to be able to make the right call at the right time as well. So that was a close one. A very nice try for Valtra. Unfortunately, it's going to be Helm who's going to win the third. Well, it's not unfortunate. It's just really good for Helm. I mean, unfortunate for Valtra. It's going to be Helm who's going to win this one. And yeah, I mean, the track record for Valtra is pretty good. For Helm is pretty good for the moment. So they have lost 2 games in 3 tournaments in total. So they are still the unbeaten champion. And if we take the stats from the last year's season as well, or the last season, where they won, was it like a 5 out of 6 tournaments, like everything but one. Yeah. So they have a pretty nice win streak for the moment. And I think they won the Cactus tournament, which wasn't really part of any of the season as well. So they are really, we really need somebody to challenge these guys. So maybe it's time for me, Alex, you, Kermit, maybe get DJ Goham to go as well, because he's a great stacker. So maybe we can try to form that team and finally challenge Helm.
Yeah, just absolutely get wiped out by them. Here's the replays from those final 2 games. Soren getting hold of this Baylor and beating out JK just at the last moment. But JK still getting in there and getting that 140 bail before doing donuts in front of the barn. We got a few bales falling off. We got Lennox coming in there with a nice little jump, getting the bales towards the barn. All in all, it's been a fantastic weekend load of FSL. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have as well, Copter.
Oh yeah, I definitely enjoyed. Of course, congratulations to Helm. Valtro's got to be getting a nice bunch of the circuit points as well. We're going to be seeing the updated circuit points in after a while, so we'll see where we actually are with the standings. But yeah, definitely a good tournament. I really like the format now. I mean, the Gamescom was a bit long, but of course it was like an on-site event. You know, it was running on the fair. And but I think that this format, because if we would follow the single bracket system and with this best of threes with 10 minutes, it would be pretty short, to be honest. So I think we now have a pretty good balance with the how this actually works. We're gonna be of course now seeing the circuit points, and Alex, please go them through.
Yep. So these are the circuit points. Valtra have moved up into second place. Everything's evened out a bit because we had a lot of teams in equal positions. Helm, though, riding high there, up on 270 points, already pulling a sizable lead out. But that's 120 points ahead of any other team, which is exceptional. They are continuing their dominance of the FSL.
Yeah, I think Helm, they can just, they can skip one tournament, take 0 points out of it, and they will be still on the lead. That's how big the gap is. But of course, they want to come for the prize money for sure. So 15,000 euros once again on the line on this tournament. I think the winner is going to be claiming something like 4,000 or 5,000 of it because it's shared between the top 8 teams. So yeah. And of course, we're going to continue with the Farming Simulator League. And I'm really hoping that there will be a team who's going to be challenging Helm a little bit more. It could be one of the existing teams. Just go for the practice, go for the new strategies, try to find those loopholes and gaps and whatever is making the difference. But yeah, I mean, Vulture was pretty close. I mean, 9 points, so it's not much. But somehow just Helm wins this.
And the next online tournament, of course, our next tournament is online tournament 2. That will be on the 28th of October. We'll be looking forward to that. That's going to be absolutely cracking. And then tournament 5 will be taking place live at Agritechnica on the 17th of November. So yeah, we will see you in about a month and a half's time.
Yeah, we'll be here once again. And thank you, Alex. Definitely nice commentating with you. Thank you to all the players. Thank you to Giant Software as well, and of course, thank you for the lovely people behind the cameras and from all the activity on the chat. Not that many pancakes jokes, but we're gonna improve on that.
Absolutely. We're gonna head off now, so we will see you in the next one. Goodbye.